Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 11 of What If I Was Reborn in the Naruto world as Obito Uchiha with the Universal Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 231, Try It and Die. Inside the cockpit of Susanoo, Obito looked down from above. As he passed by Madara and Anoki, he even greeted them casually. Yo, Grandpa Madara, Lord Suchikage. The next second, he was already 200 meters up in the air, overlooking the two of them. Anoki struggled to lift his head, staring at the towering Susanoo before him. His thoughts momentarily stalled. He wasn't even confident in defeating a Susanoo that was a few dozen meters tall. And now there was one over 200 meters high. How the hell was he supposed to fight this? A bitter smile formed on Anoki's lips, but for the sake of his dignity, he still gave a comment. Uchiha Madara, your grandson truly surpasses you. Madara was immediately displeased. Surpasses me? Are you saying I'm inferior to Obito? You brat, my grandson doesn't need your evaluation. With a cold snort, Madara clapped his hands together forcefully. Susanoo. A surge of blue chakra roared through the sky like a vast ocean. In the next moment, an enormous azure war god manifested. Standing at over 200 meters tall, it was even half a head taller than Obito's green Susanoo. Crack! The building beneath Madara finally gave way under the overwhelming weight and collapsed entirely. Seeing the two titanic figures standing over them, the shinobi of Iwabikure broke into cries of despair, curses, and existential dread. Wasn't one already enough? Now there's another one? Screw this! We're done! Just give up. Anoki swallowed hard, murmuring to himself in a daze. So this is your true strength, Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, he continued flying higher into the air, prompting gasps from the IWA shinobi below. No way. Are we about to get a new Suchikage? Someone thought in horror. I wonder if I'll get a chance. Reaching the same altitude as the two Uchiha, Anoki finally voiced the question gnawing at his mind. With power like this, why didn't you just kill us back then? Madara crossed his arms and sneered. Have you ever seen an adult lose their temper over a child? Damn, that's a 103-point flex, Madara. 1 extra point for understanding, 1 extra point for tolerance, and 1 extra point for the love I feel for you. But while you're over here showing off, you're completely wasting my time, Obito thought bitterly. Unable to hold back, Obito coughed and reminded him, Grandpa Madara, I'm not trying to rush you, but we have another battle ahead. Should we get going? Madara chuckled indulgently and nodded. All right, let's be on our way. From below, a voice shouted out. Lord Suchikage. Uchiha Madara's grandson has captured Hansama. So they were after the tailed beasts after all. Anoki turned to Madara and said in a deep voice, Uchiha Madara, what exactly are you plotting by capturing so many tailed beasts? Obito let out a helpless sigh. Suchikage, isn't that a pointless question? Do you think we'd be foolish enough to tell you? Seriously, in the original story, no one even asked you, and you spilled it all yourself. Anoki glanced at Obito, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. If you are Uchiha Madara's grandson, then you must be a well-known figure in the ninja world. With that level of intelligence gathering, it'd be a miracle if someone actually fell for it. Obito silently ridiculed the attempt before replying smugly, that's right. A gentleman never changes his surname nor his given name. I am the renowned Uchiha. Cha! Technically, the surname is still correct. Madara nearly burst out laughing but managed to hold it in at the last second. Uchiha. Cha! Anoki frowned. That name doesn't seem to have appeared in the ninja world before. Whatever. As long as I know he's an enemy, that's enough. Looking at the two Uchiha, Anoki declared firmly, I may not be able to defeat the two of you, but as the Suchikage of Iwabikure, I cannot simply let you leave. Madara smirked, clearly amused. Oh? Is that so? Obcha, let's wait a few minutes before leaving. I want to see what tricks this brat has up his sleeve to deal with me. Obito sighed again, utterly drained. Grandpa Madara's playfulness had been triggered once more. This meant that his transformation into the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki would be delayed by at least 5 more minutes. Anoki pressed his palms together and slowly pulled them apart. A nearly translucent sphere of energy formed between them. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Madara looked at the incoming dust release with disappointment. A technique from that old fool Mu? How utterly unoriginal. A flicker of purple light shone in his Rinnegan as he casually raised his hand. The dust release, a jutsu capable of disintegrating everything into its most fundamental particles, dissipated into nothingness in an instant. That's impossible. Anoki's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Madara so effortlessly neutralize the power of a Kekii Toda? Heh. Seeing Anoki's shocked expression, Madara felt a surge of satisfaction. The Rinnegan could absorb all ninjutsu, so naturally, dust release was no exception. It would be rude not to return the favor. Here, let me send you a little gift. With a wild laugh, Madara formed hand seals alongside his two-faced Susanoo. A forbidden jutsu that only the Rinnegan could unleash. Tengai Shinsei, Meteor. The once clear sky was instantly swallowed by darkness. Iwagakure was cast into an overwhelming shadow. That is. IWA shinobi stood frozen in horror, their eyes locked onto the colossal meteor, spanning over 1,000 meters in diameter. We're not even in the same league. Someone whimpered in despair. Is this really ninjutsu? Or a natural disaster? There's no way we can escape this. Anoki's face twisted with tension. Damn it! If that meteor fell, Iwagakure's decades of history would be reduced to nothing. He shot into the sky, racing against gravity itself. Obito watched the tragic scene unfold, unsure how to react. We were already planning to leave, but you just had to provoke Madara. Now congratulations, you've created another iconic moment. Anoki's small figure collided with the massive meteor. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Ugh! He pushed with all his might, and unbelievably, the meteor's descent began to slow. The shinobi below held their breath, their hearts pounding in their chests. Kuratsuchi shouted from below, "Grandfather, you can do it!" Then, countless voices joined in. "Lord Suchikage, you can do it! You can stop it!" Anoki's face turned red with effort. Just a bit more. Almost. There. Finally, with one last burst of strength, he stopped the meteor. Ha! Ha! I did it! I really did it! Cheers erupted from the ground. We're saved! That Suchikage did it. Madara smirked and said mockingly, not bad. Now, how do you plan to stop the second one? Obito sighed heavily. Watching Madara flaunt his strength alone was really frustrating. Chapter 232, Preparing to go to Kumogakure. Amidst the crowd, a joyous smile froze on the face of an Iwagakure shinobi. I think, we might have celebrated too soon. What nonsense are you spouting? His companion looked at him in confusion, following his gaze toward the sky. The moment he saw it, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. That is? A meteor, even larger than the one before, was plummeting toward them at an alarming speed. Why is this happening? He wailed in despair. Surviving one catastrophe, only to face another, was there truly no escaping this fate? Were they doomed to perish here? Once again, the shadow of death loomed over them, and despair spread like wildfire among the Iwagakure shinobi. Inside the cockpit of Susanoo, Madara watched the scene unfold with amusement, chuckling darkly. Despair, for this is the power of Uchiha Madara. Obito rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. Have you had enough fun yet? Can we go now? Madara sighed with a smirk. All right. We'll go. The two Susanoo warriors pressed their foreheads together, and in the next moment, their cockpits merged. Just before activating Kamui, Obito glanced at the falling meteors, musing to himself. Madara's ocular power is only at a quarter of its full strength right now. It's just 2 meteors. Inoki should be able to handle them, right? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. In an instant, the towering figures of their Susanoo, along with the 2 shinobi, vanished into thin air. Though the 2 had left, the meteors remained. Faced with impending doom, the shinobi of Iwagakure reacted in various ways, their emotions in turmoil. Some wept bitterly. I'm only 20. I just want to live. What did I do to deserve this? Others seemed to have accepted their fate. Dying early means reincarnating sooner. I'll just start over in my next life. If I had a choice, I'd want to be born into a world without chakra. Many placed all their hopes on Inoki, screaming desperately toward the sky. Tsuchikage-sama, you must hold on. Tsuchikage-sama, you're our only hope. Up in the air, Inoki couldn't hear their cries. All he could feel was the overwhelming pressure crashing down on him, making his entire body tremble uncontrollably. Ugh! Inside the Kamui dimension, Han roamed the eerie, desolate space, his face grim. Damn it! What the hell is this place? In this unchanging void, his sense of direction and time had been completely stripped away. Han felt like a headless fly, wandering aimlessly with no end in sight. Just then, the space rippled with an unseen force. A moment later, 2 very suspicious-looking men appeared before him. Han, with a physique like yours, it's a shame you're not playing in the NBA. Obito couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he once again laid eyes on the towering 2.3-meter-tall brute. With an elbow strike like that, even Shaquille O'Neal would go flying. As for fouls? Come on, this was a fight, not a basketball game. Who cared about rules? I don't care who you are. Let me out of here! Seeing his captors finally reveal themselves, Han's suppressed fury erupted. Or I'll make you regret it. Obito and Madara exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha! The last person who dared to talk to them like that had long since become dust. Looks like you've chosen the hard way, Obito taunted. Enraged by their mockery, Han's chakra surged, releasing thick plumes of steam. However, he remained rational. These 2 clearly knew of his title, Steam Ninja, yet still dared to capture him. They must have confidence in their strength. He couldn't afford to be careless, he had to go all out from the start. Kokuo! Lend me your strength. Han growled. A pure white tail emerged behind him as the immense chakra of the 5 tails surged through his body. Fueled by the full power of his steam armor, Han launched his most powerful punch straight at Madara. Boom! The sheer force of his punch tore through the air, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. Yet, despite its terrifying power, Madara remained utterly still. He didn't dodge. He didn't even flinch. Han's eyes flickered with disdain. Was this fool actually planning to take his punch head-on? Even if Madara was strong, there was no way he could withstand an earth-shattering blow like... Plop! Madara casually caught Han's fist in his palm. Humph. Not bad strength, Madara remarked with a smirk. But your timing is off. A true attack should be made when the enemy least expects it. Like this. Before Han could process what had happened, Madara's fist was already slamming into his gut. Whoosh! Han was sent flying like a ragdoll. Screech! He crashed to the ground, his limbs digging deep furrows into the surface as he struggled to halt his momentum. This is impossible. He could hardly believe it. His overwhelming strength had just been effortlessly countered. Boil release, unrivaled strength. Unwilling to accept defeat, Han roared, pushing his chakra to its boiling point. The armor on his back began spewing flames. Boom! Like a locomotive at full throttle, Han propelled himself forward, aiming a flaming kick at Madara. Damn, his armor can shoot flames? This is some serious Genos-level stuff. Obito muttered. Not that it matters. Even if Genos were here, it'd still be over in one punch. Sure enough, Madara sidestepped elegantly, evading Han's kick with ease. Then, with a graceful spin, he landed a devastating counterkick to Han's midsection. Crash! Han was sent hurtling into the ground, buried several feet deep. Damn it! With an enraged roar, the ground suddenly cracked apart. In the blink of an eye, a massive white beast emerged, towering nearly 70 meters high. A beautiful yet bizarre creature, it resembled a fusion of a horned dolphin's head and a gallant steed's body. This was the Five Tails, Kokuo. Oh? So you've gone full-tail beast mode? Madara chuckled. Even as the massive beast loomed over them, neither Madara nor Obito showed the slightest hint of fear. Instead, they exchanged amused glances. Sharingan, Rinnegan. Thud. Under the dazzling glow of their dojutsu, the Five Tails promptly collapsed. Obito smirked. Well, that was easy. Let's move on to the next party. Madara laughed heartily. Yes, I wasn't done having fun. Let's hope Kumogakure puts up a better fight. Chapter 233, Killer Bee defeats Madara. Iwagakure. In the final moments, Inoki ultimately bore the burden alone. Arg! Stop right there, damn it! Just a few meters from the ground, he barely managed to hold back the two massive meteors. Many Iwanin collapsed to the ground, savoring the relief of their near-death experience. Someone muttered, who the hell knows what we just went through in that single minute? Are they even human? That kind of power, only a god should possess it. Another ninja, his face filled with excitement, exclaimed, then doesn't that mean Lord Suchikage just stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods in a mortal's body? Someone immediately rebuked him, if you can't talk properly, just shut up. Anyone who hears you might think you're praising Uchiha Madara instead. Above the village. Inoki, trembling, carried the two massive meteors as he slowly flew away from Iwagakure. For some reason, he suddenly felt like a dung beetle. Boom! After mustering every ounce of his strength to hurl the meteors away from the village, Inoki's body went limp. His limbs felt as if they no longer belonged to him. Ugh! My poor elbows! Inoki groaned. And my kneecaps, not to mention my lower back. Kuratsuchi hurried over, worriedly supporting her grandfather. Are you all right, Grandpa? Let me help you rest. No! Gritting his teeth, Inoki waved her off and stubbornly said, help me get to Deidara, I have questions for that traitor. Kuratsuchi looked shocked. Grandpa, you're in this state, and you still won't rest? Can it wait? Why does it have to be now? Inoki's expression darkened. You don't understand, Kuratsuchi. Take me there right now. If I don't get an answer, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Sigh. Fine, Grandpa. Though confused, Kuratsuchi obeyed and helped him to the small holding cell. Kick the door open, Kuratsuchi. Huh? But Grandpa. Kick it open. All right. With a loud bang, the door was forcibly kicked open. Inside, Deidara, lost in thought, was startled by the sudden commotion. What the hell? Before Deidara could react, Inoki, supported by Kuratsuchi, stormed in and furiously demanded. You traitor! You said your organization's leader is only a little older than you? Clutching his chest, Deidara nearly choked. Taking a deep breath, he frowned and snapped, Did you take the wrong meds, old man, HM? Without another word, Inoki locked eyes with him and spat out each word through gritted teeth. Answer. My question. Deidara swore on the Sage of Six Paths, he had never seen the old man this furious before. Not even when he blew up his house. For some reason, he felt a little nervous. After carefully recalling Obito's appearance, Deidara nodded firmly. Yeah, the leader's only slightly older than me, At the mention of Obito, Deidara suddenly remembered his undercover mission. But forget about that. Old man, I've decided, I'm staying in Iwagakure. I truly want to become Suchikage now, Anoki sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. You think you can just decide to be Suchikage? Ha! Keep dreaming. Deidara? Didn't you just beg me to stay and inherit your position a few days ago? Why the hell are you turning your back on me now, old man? Land of Lightning. A country nestled among towering mountains, named for the constant rumbling of thunder that echoes across the land. As for Kumogakure, its name naturally comes from the ever-present mist that lingers in the mountains. In the Kamui dimension, Obito tossed in the 21st Kumogakure ninja, exhaling deeply before turning to Madara. Phew! Madara-sama, I've located the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. He's currently training on a small island in the eastern part of the Land of Lightning. Madara cracked his neck and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Obito. Obito made an okay sign. Kamui Express, delivery guaranteed. An hour later, the two arrived on a small island. Lush greenery, falling blossoms, it looked like a paradise straight out of a novel. As they walked through the dense foliage, the scenery suddenly opened up before them. A majestic waterfall roared in the distance, its sapphire waters cascading down with a thunderous crash, exuding a pure and tranquil beauty. Near the waterfall, on a clearing, a man in a white top, blue pants, and sunglasses was rhythmically swinging his swords while humming. His dark skin and light blonde hair were unmistakable. 7 blades hung from his body. This was their target, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. My heart is burning with passion, yo, who dares to challenge me in a clash of fashion? Bee swung his dual blades in sync with his beat, freestyling as he went. 7 swords, no one can block, hey, this is my home turf, don't get shocked. My attacks will cut you clean, don't be scared, it'll be over quick, no need to be prepared. Watching Bee twist his oversized backside to the rhythm, Madara frowned in distaste. This Jinchuriki, something's wrong with his head. How is he supposed to enjoy a fight with an opponent like this? Seeming to notice them, Bee sheathed his swords and strode over. When he was just a few steps away, he suddenly stopped. Then, under Obito's puzzled and stunned gaze, Bee began furiously gyrating his hips, hands twitching as he rapped. You're the one who's got a screw loose, yo, looking at you, I see a dumbass, though. Sneaking around like a little snake, hey, what are you two here to take? If you've got evil plans, I'm not impressed, 'cause I'll slice you both up, no contest. Obito clearly saw the large mark forming on Madara's forehead. Then he glanced at Bee, who was still smugly rapping. Obito sighed and palmed his face. Oh no! We're screwed. Madara coldly extended his hand toward Obito. Obito, give me my scythe. I'm cutting this fool's mouth to shreds. Sighing, Obito handed over the scythe. Try not to kill him by accident. Bee unsheathed 2 more blades, rapping with perfect rhythm. Fool ya fool! Think you can cut me down? Yo, watch me break your legs to the ground. Ah, damn. Seeing Madara's expression now, Obito silently backed away, making sure to give Madara plenty of room. This was the first time he had ever seen Madara this pissed off. To make the legendary Uchiha Madara lose his composure. Killer Bee, you truly are one of a kind. Chapter 234, The Eight-Tails Sealed. Killer Bee was still rapping and dancing, completely oblivious to the danger before him. Yo, 2 fools dumbass, better scram, or prepare to die. Go to hell, brat. Madara could no longer tolerate it. A cold, furious smile curled on his lips. He leaped forward, gripping his scythe tightly, swinging it at Killer Bee with incredible speed and precision. Fast! Beneath his sunglasses, Killer Bee's eyes flashed with a rare seriousness. The moment the scythe came slashing down, he swiftly raised his left sword to block the incoming blade while twisting his body, stabbing his right sword toward Madara's wrist. Oh! Madara's interest was piqued. This eccentric fool actually had some skill. Ha! With a sudden twist of his waist, Madara exerted force with both hands, spinning his scythe at an angle. The blade pressed down on Killer Bee's left sword while the shaft swung around to deflect Bee's right sword. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang out. Killer Bee's right sword was knocked aside, but he quickly drew his left sword back and slashed at Madara. Madara, now wielding his scythe single-handedly, flipped backward in midair to evade the strike, using the momentum to bring his foot down in a vicious axe kick. Boom! Killer Bee barely managed to dodge, retracting his sword just in time. The ground where he had been standing cracked, leaving a deep crater from Madara's impact. This guy's taijutsu is terrifying. Whoa, that was close, almost broke my bones. Despite his usual carefree attitude, a sharp glint flashed in Killer Bee's eyes. With a sudden spin, he threw 5 of his swords into the air, manipulating them in a bizarre manner while wielding 7 long blades simultaneously. Acrobatic swordplay, dance of the crescent moon. Seeing this, Madara's anger momentarily subsided, replaced by amusement. Interesting. Very interesting, he muttered. Killer Bee, now wielding 7 swords in a seemingly chaotic yet fluid dance, lunged at Madara with a whirlwind of slashes. Yo, fool, dance and fly like a butterfly. Spin leap, I close my eyes. 7 swords struck at Madara from all angles, aiming at his vital points. Even as a master swordsman himself, Madara found it difficult to read Killer Bee's unpredictable movements. For the first time, he was being forced back. Clang! 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 Amidst the flashing blades and swirling shadows, the two had already exchanged 100 blows. Although seemingly at a disadvantage, Madara's excitement only grew. So, you can dance as well. To the eyes of an old master of the battlefield, Bee's acrobatic swordplay looked like a fierce, rhythmic dance, one that blended raw power with elegant fluidity. Whoosh! 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 Their weapons clashed faster and faster, leaving afterimages in the air. Killer Bee appeared to be on the offensive, constantly pushing forward. Yet no matter how he attacked, he couldn't land a single decisive blow. It wasn't that his opponent was only defending, Madara seemed to be enjoying the fight. But this was a battle. What kind of lunatic finds time to admire his opponent mid-fight? Damn it, you bastard's so damn annoying. I'll make you pay. Killer Bee rapped in his head. At that moment, another voice echoed in his mind. Bee, you idiot, stop that damn rap. This guy, he reminds me of someone from my memories. Hearing the Eight Tails speak, Killer Bee raised a brow. You know this guy? Before the beast could answer. Focusing on something else while fighting me? Where did you get the courage? A furious voice interrupted their mental exchange. Killer Bee's face changed. Damn, oh crap, this is bad. He hastily raised his swords to guard against the incoming scythe. But the attack was a feint. Madara used the momentum of his scythe swing to pivot, weaving through the blades like a snake before delivering a devastating kick to Bee's ribs. Bam! Blood spurted from Killer Bee's mouth as he was sent flying, crashing through multiple trees before finally stopping. That monstrous taijutsu, and that scythe. After observing for so long, the Eight Tails finally spoke in shock. Bee, shut up and listen to me. I don't know what's going on, but this man is Uchiha Madara. You are no match for him, and he's not alone. We need to escape, now. Uchiha Madara. A cold sweat trickled down Killer Bee's temple. The man whose name was synonymous with bloodshed and destruction. The Eight Tails was right. If his opponent was truly that Madara, then he didn't stand a chance. Red chakra surged, instantly enveloping Bee in the tailed beast's cloak. With a loud cry, he sprang back to his feet. I still got juice, I still shine bright. Ah! The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee is here. Yeah. Just as Madara sneered, preparing for Bee's next attack. The swords in Bee's hands suddenly fell. He spun around without hesitation and ran. He ran? He ran? Get back here, you bastard. Madara roared. Ahead, Killer Bee flashed a smug grin, raising a hand behind him. Middle finger up. Gotta warn bro, SKR, he thought. But just then, a teasing voice came from the shadows of the trees ahead. Yo, little bro, you've hit a dead end. A masked figure, who had been watching the entire battle, stepped out from the darkness, his gaze fixed on Bee with an amused smirk. Killer Bee's eyes widened in shock. When the hell did he get in front of me? The Eight Tails urged him frantically. Take him down and get out of here, Bee. Without hesitation, Killer Bee charged forward, head first. Lariat! With shocking speed and devastating power, he aimed straight for Obito. But Obito simply phased through him. Bee crashed headfirst into the ground, embedding himself in the dirt. Now, I grab. Before Bee could get up, space around him distorted. Obito activated Kamui, pulling him into his dimension. In an instant, Killer Bee vanished. Can't have you cutting off another tail and running, now can we? Obito chuckled. Moments later, Madara arrived, his expression dark. Obito, did you capture him? Obito smirked. Madara's anger must have hit its peak thanks to Bee's antics. I've already sent him to the Kamui dimension, Grandpa Madara. Hearing this, Madara's expression eased slightly. Take me in there, Obito. That fool is going to pay for his arrogance. Chapter 235, The Tailed Beasts Are All Gathered. Understood. Obito nodded slightly, his black pinwheel-like Sharingan spinning. The next moment, the two of them stepped into the Kamui dimension together. Inside the Kamui dimension, Killer Bee had already fully transformed into his tailed beast form, taking on the appearance of the Eight Tails, Kyuki. A towering behemoth, standing at nearly 60 meters tall, with the head of a bull, the torso of a man, and 8 massive octopus-like tails extending from its lower body. Its upper body was packed with explosive muscle, radiating sheer power. It looked like a beast that could take a serious beating, or rather, one that could dish one out. The moment Kyuki saw the two figures appear, it let out a deep, resounding roar. Tailed Beast 8 twists. Wrapping its massive tentacles around itself, it began spinning rapidly, forming a colossal storm over 100 meters high that surged toward them. Holy shit! Obito flinched upon entering. This guy had no sense of honor, going for a sneak attack right off the bat. Seeing the monstrous windstorm rolling toward them, both Madara and Obito instantly activated their powers. Susanoo. Two towering figures, one blue, one green, manifested side by side. Glancing at the approaching tornado, both warriors wore sneering grins. If Susanoo could talk, it would probably say, "Is that all?" The tailed beast 8 twists, a move strong enough to flatten a forest spanning dozens of miles, whirled violently before them. High-speed spin, wide-range effect. Yet, despite all that spinning, it ultimately amounted to nothing more than a slight breeze brushing against the armor of the Susanoo. By the time Obito and Madara took their next breath, the minuscule damage had already regenerated. Seeing the still-rotating tornado-like beast, Obito acted fast, gripping his enormous blade, longer than Kyuki itself, and swinging it in a powerful strike. The hell are you spinning for? Annoying bastards like you make my head hurt. Trying to whirl us to death or what? Boom! Kyuki was sent flying, tentacles unfurling midair as it landed and steadied itself, shaking its dizzy head. Looking up at the two colossal figures of light, the Eight Tails suddenly felt small. It had always thought of itself as pretty big, but now, this was ridiculous. Who could possibly stand against something like that? Killer Bee started rapping his woes. We ain't got a chance, got nowhere to run, think fast now, what should be done? As the two monstrous warriors loomed closer, Kyuki hesitated before speaking. Maybe, we should try a tailed beast bomb? Sitting atop Kyuki's head, Killer Bee bobbed his head rhythmically. Well then, let's give it a shot. Kyuki opened its tiny mouth, gathering the opposing forces of yin and yang chakra. A dark violet sphere, pulsating with terrifying energy, began forming. Continuous tailed beast bombs. As a series of these deadly orbs were fired toward them, Obito's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Grandpa Madara, let me handle this." Like a batter gripping a baseball bat, Obito raised his sword, eager to start swinging. 1, 2, oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! After successfully deflecting the first two, Obito utterly failed to intercept the rest. All of them smashed directly into Susanu's massive frame. Madara sighed, rubbing his temples. "Sigh, my idiot grandson. If only Obito had missed just one attack. The way those tailed beast bombs were spaced, he should have been able to bat most of them away, but he dodged them instead." A wave of catastrophic energy exploded outward, the impact shining like a second sun. As the dazzling light faded, Kyuki widened its massive eyes, staring ahead. "There's no way they're completely unscathed after that, right?" Through the fading light, the towering blue Susanoo stood, battered, torn. "That was insane!" Obito gasped, still shaken. If Kyuki had fired off a few more rounds, it might have actually broken through his Susanoo. Too risky! And to make things worse, he couldn't phase through attacks in the Kamui dimension. "Grandpa Madara, your grandson is deeply moved, shaken, even. Maybe you should take over from here?" Madara's Susanoo took a bold step forward, a cruel smile forming on his lips. "That works for me, Obito." Kyuki glanced at the grinning warrior before him, then at the twin blades in his hands, each one longer than its own body. Wait. Raising a thick arm, it gulped nervously. "There's no need to fight. I think we can talk this out." Madara's wicked grin only deepened. "Talk? So you can keep spitting out those ridiculous rhymes to mock me?" Killer Bee's eyes widened in indignation. "Fool ya fool! You call my rhymes ridiculous? Ha! Don't speak on what you don't understand." Kyuki groaned, covering its face with a tentacle. "B, you idiot, now we're screwed." Madara's laughter grew louder, his tone turning ever more chilling. "Ha ha 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 ha! Bold! I like it! You're the first brat to be so insolent before me. I'll personally educate you on the proper order of things." Obito covered his eyes, unable to watch what was about to happen. / Omega asterisk, peeking through his fingers. Susanoo. Airgarg. Susanoo, / Udhai. Susanoo, Eclipse Strike. Kyuki had been beaten so badly, it could barely make a sound. "Yeah, me, t, ku, da, sa." After a long while, Madara finally exhaled in satisfaction and deactivated his Susanoo. Obito followed suit, then nudged the unconscious Killer Bee lying on the ground with slight concern. "Grandpa Madara, you didn't kill him, right?" Madara let out a hearty laugh. "Relax, Obito. I always exercise restraint." Obito stared at him in disbelief. "Beating someone unconscious and then going on a prolonged rampage, that's your idea of restraint?" Still uneasy, he checked Killer Bee's pulse. Finding that he was still barely alive, Obito finally sighed in relief. "Phew, good, good." He didn't want any unnecessary delays in their plan to create the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Pulling out 2 scrolls from his robe, Obito grinned. "Grandpa Madara, that's all the tailed beasts gathered. Are you excited?" "Because I sure am." Madara nodded firmly, a rare look of emotion in his eyes. "Of course. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? I should be the one thanking you, Obito. Without you, this would have taken far longer." As Obito worked on setting up the Edo Tensei formation, he turned back with a cheeky grin. "Grandpa Madara, no need to thank me, really. For the lasting peace of the shinobi world, this is all worth it." Madara's heart clenched at those words. He even felt a little choked up. After all these years, finally, someone willing to walk this path with him, to support his dream. "You see this, Hashirama?" Damn right. Chapter 236, The Ten Tails has been revived. Obito! Grandpa Madara! Obito! Grandpa Madara! Obito and Madara called out to each other with deep affection, while Obito secretly wondered if Madara would kill him once he snatched the Ten Tails. The sweeter the words now, the harsher the betrayal later. All right, the ritual is complete. Obito clapped his hands and stood up. Grandpa Madara, wait here for me a moment. I'm going to buy some, grab a couple of white Zetsu. Madara nodded, looking pleased. Go ahead, Obito. Obito inclined his head slightly, turned his back to Madara, and disappeared in an instant. It wasn't long before he returned, each hand clutching a grinning white Zetsu. I'm back. After exchanging a brief greeting, Obito tossed the two Zetsu into the center of the ritual. Spreading out two summoning scrolls, he swiftly formed hand seals. Edo Tensei! With a heavy slap of both hands, countless sealing papers burst from the ritual circle. Whoosh! The fluttering paper enveloped the white Zetsu, initiating some mysterious transformation. When the dense sheets finally peeled away, two figures stood within the circle. Their hair was gold and silver, both sporting twin horns and 6 whisker-like markings on their faces. One of them even wore small, dark sunglasses, a typical Kumogakure ninja look. So these are the Gold and Silver Brothers. Obito clicked his tongue. Even without consciousness, they still have that punchable smirk. Summoning conditions, consciousness suppressed. Pure tools for use. Madara observed the revived brothers with a snort. To think that Tobirama was killed by these two. Clearly, in Madara's eyes, only he was qualified to take Tobirama's life. But soon, anticipation filled his expression. Let's go, Obito. It's time to grant this hollow world peace. Madara was eager to create a world with only victors, only peace, only love. Obito suddenly spoke up. Grandpa Madara, I have a small suggestion. Madara arched a brow, considering his grandson's words. In Ryuchi Cave? Obito nodded, serious. Yes. I think we need to be cautious of Black Zetsu. Summoning the Ten Tails in Ryuchi Cave would minimize the chance of him interfering. There was logic in Obito's words, but... Madara hesitated, then suddenly chuckled. Ha! What was he even worrying about? Obito didn't even have the Rinnegan, what could he possibly do to compete for the Ten Tails? Having reassured himself, Madara clapped Obito's shoulder in approval. You're right, Obito. Let's summon the Ten Tails in Ryuchi Cave. Obito grinned and gave Madara a thumbs up. Then let me take you there, Grandpa Madara. With his Sharingan spinning red-hot, Obito activated Kamui and transported himself, Madara, and the necessary materials to a desolate part of Ryuchi Cave. The moment they arrived, Madara wasted no time, slamming a palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. Boom! With an earth-shaking explosion, a massive, grotesque statue materialized before them. 6 of its 9 eyes were already glowing. Only 3 more remained to be lit, and the Ten Tails would be fully reborn. Madara leapt onto the statue's finger, his hands forming seals as a feverish light shone in his eyes. Ha ha ha! Obito, come and assist your grandpa. Obito landed beside him, mirroring his hand seals with a grin. Ha ha ha, I'm coming. They had rehearsed this process countless times. Within half an hour, the chakra of the 5 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails had all been sealed into the demonic statue. There was one minor hiccup along the way. Madara was visibly conflicted over whether or not to kill Killer Bee. Even though he had promised his grandson to spare the Jinchuriki, Bee's mouth was just too damn annoying. In the end, Madara decided to let him live, barely, because his dancing was somewhat entertaining. Come forth, Ten Tails. As Madara and Obito watched with burning anticipation, the demonic statue began to move. Its lotus-like hands, once raised high, slowly lowered toward the ground. Crack! 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 The massive figure pressed its skeletal fingers into the earth, its stiff movements sending tremors through all of Ryochi Cave. A terrifying, indescribable aura began to brew within it. Then, in an instant, it exploded outward, an overwhelming force engulfing the entire cave. Hisses! Countless colossal serpents, normally violent and untamed, cowered in terror, slithering deep into their dens. They could feel it, an oppressive might that crushed them at the very core of their existence. So this is the Ten Tails. Just as Obito was reeling from the sheer impact, a sweet, sultry voice echoed in his mind. So much chakra, gulp, gulp, I can't absorb it all. Wait, that's right. He still had the system. And the multiple choice rewards. Obito's mind snapped back to reality as he urgently urged his system. Hey, my mission is complete, right? Hurry up and give me my rewards. If Madara becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki in an instant, I'm totally screwed. The system's cool, aloof voice responded lazily. Gulp, gulp, I'm a little busy right now, gulp, no time for you. What? Obito's face went blank with shock. You useless system. You believe I won't file a complaint? The system snorted in amusement. Huh. And where exactly would you file a complaint against me? Are you going to complain to the system, about the system? Who stands before me, accusing this judge? Damn it! Fine, you win this round. With threats proving ineffective, Obito could only anxiously pray. Pray that Madara wouldn't become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki too quickly. Pray that he would still have a chance to steal the Ten Tails. Just then, Madara's puzzled voice interrupted his thoughts. This Ten Tails. Obito, desperate for a delay, immediately turned to him and shouted. What is it, Grandpa Madara? What's wrong? What's wrong? Please explain in at least 1,000 words. Madara pointed at the Ten Tails, his expression odd. This isn't what I expected. Huh? Obito turned to look, and what he saw nearly made his soul leave his body. System. You drained it too much. The once majestic and terrifying demonic statue now looked withered and skeletal, as if it had been completely drained of nutrients. Chapter 237, Obito's Rinnegan. Obito wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched Madara, who seemed lost in thought. Grandfather Madara, maybe it's because the Nine Tails power is missing that the Ten Tails ended up like this. Madara propped his chin on one hand and nodded noncommittally. That's possible. Seeing that he had momentarily pacified Madara, Obito raged inwardly. System, are you seriously trying to drain the Ten Tails dry in one go? The system let out an elegant burp, speaking in a sultry voice. I've only taken 1/5 of it, relax. I won't absorb any more. If I do, even Madara will start complaining. Obito fumed. Forget Madara. Even I have a problem with this. The system rolled its eyes disdainfully. Who cares about your opinion, host? You little. Just as Obito was about to curse, the system nonchalantly announced in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've completed the selection challenge. Unseal the demonic statue of the outer path, summon the Ten Tails, and absorb its power. Having absorbed enough energy, the system finally saw fit to reward Obito. Selection success. Reward obtained, Stage 4 development. Stage 4, the host can now use Senju Hashiramas would release and awaken their own Rinnegan. Damn it, thanks, I guess? Obito muttered stiffly. He felt like the system had him completely under its control. Finally! Finally! Obito could barely contain his excitement. After hundreds of chapters. At last, I have my own circle eyes. No more using a watered-down version of would release. A warm surge of energy coursed through Obito's body, remodeling his physique from the inside out. At the same time, his system panel flashed with a series of new notifications. To help the host quickly grasp the abilities of the Rinnegan, here is a summary. Rinnegan, Kamui, an enhanced version of Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui with the following upgrades. The host can use Kamui on any target within a 100-meter radius, with no casting delay. Unless the target's chakra far exceeds the host's, they can be teleported with 100% accuracy within this range. Chakra consumption for connecting to the Kamui dimension is reduced, allowing free travel between spaces. Within the Kamui dimension, the host has multiple unlocked privileges. Please explore them at your leisure. Reading through the upgrades, Obito was floored. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This is insane! And that wasn't all. He discovered that his Rinnegan had yet another ability. Rinnegan, Tsukuyami. But before he could read further, the system completed his transformation. An overwhelming presence burst forth from his body. Swish! Madara, who had been observing the Ten Tails, snapped to attention. He turned swiftly, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Obito, your eyes? His grandson's pupils had transformed into deep, abyssal purple, as though leading to an endless void. 6 black tomo adorned them, emanating an enigmatic aura of space-time mastery. Obito has awakened the Rinnegan. In that instant, as their gazes met, Obito read bewilderment, confusion, shock, and fury in Madara's eyes. But above all, the deep pain of yet another betrayal. Meanwhile, Madara saw remorse and unwavering resolve in Obito's eyes. Forgive me, Madara. This is for your own good. A sudden realization struck Madara like lightning. Not good. Obito is. No time to think. No time to anticipate what would come next. Both he and Obito simultaneously formed the same hand seal. Their voices rang out in unison. 6 paths, Ten Tails Coffin Seal. 6 paths, Ten Tails Coffin Seal, a technique that absorbs the Ten Tails, making the user its Jinchuriki. Something unprecedented in shinobi history occurred. 2 individuals, both wielding the Rinnegan, attempted to seal the Ten Tails at the exact same moment. Even the author had no idea what would happen next. And the Ten Tails itself was utterly dumbfounded. You both summoned me, so who the hell am I supposed to go with? 2 opposing forces pulled at the Ten Tails simultaneously, causing a temporary deadlock. But such struggles were nothing new in the world of Naruto. After all, high-level battles over tailed beasts often boil down to the simplest of contests. A good old-fashioned game of tug-of-war. Obito! Grandfather Madara. The same words as before. But now, spoken with vastly different emotions. Obito! Grandfather Madara. Neither would back down. Gritting their teeth, they pulled with all their might. A scene that truly encapsulated a loving yet combative family dynamic. Rip! Unable to withstand the struggle, the Ten Tails was torn apart. A majority of its chakra was yanked into Obito, absorbed at lightning speed. The remaining portion, along with its physical form, was drawn into Madara's body in the blink of an eye. Obito smirked. Well, no one can say I'm unfilial. I may have taken most of the Ten Tails chakra, but I left Madara the body. This way, that dim-witted Kagaya won't be reviving inside me. Even a fragmented Ten Tails was still the Ten Tails. As soon as Madara absorbed it, his body was encased in a gray, feathered cocoon. Within it, he would undergo a metamorphosis. A leap in his very existence. Obito glanced at the cocoon, then at himself. He muttered, puzzled, weird. Why don't I have any transformation effects? True to his habit of seeking answers, he asked the system in his mind. System, what's going on? Why don't I get some grand evolution animation? The system sighed, sounding exasperated. Ding! That's because the host previously consumed a shaping pill. Shaping pill allows the host to alter their body freely, with changes permanently retained. Obito patted something at his waist and suddenly understood. Oh, so that's why. Good, good. Sure, Ten Tails Jinchuriki looked cool at first glance. but in reality, they strayed far from human aesthetics. And besides, he was already handsome enough. A wise man knows when to be content. Chapter 238, Madara, please don't be angry. Just as Obito was deep in thought about how to explain things to Madara after he hatched, a sudden system notification interrupted him. The Ten Tails chakra reserves have decreased. Reconstruction time has been extended. Ding! Detected residual will of Akatsuki Kagaya within the Ten Tails chakra absorbed by the host. Obito was stunned. What? But I didn't even absorb the Ten Tails body, so how could Kagaya's will be? Then, as if realizing something, he smacked his forehead and muttered to himself. Damn. Right, will and body aren't necessarily connected. System, do you have a way to remove Kagaya's will from my body? Ding, this system provides an automatic cleansing service. The fee is only 50% of the extracted chakra. 50%? Obito was dumbfounded. Then, indignantly, he shouted, taking half in one go, why don't you just rob me outright? The system's voice, ever playful with its elegant yet mischievous tone, replied, Host, what do you think I'm doing? Obito, damn, this is daylight robbery. He shook his head and said, No way, no way. 50% is too much. System bro, we've known each other for so long. Can't you give me a discount? The system sighed in an exaggeratedly helpless tone. Fine, fine. Name your price, host. Obito pondered for a moment before testing the waters. How about 10%? The old saying goes, ask for the sky, settle for the ground. Obito decided to lowball first, so he'd have room to bargain. But to his surprise, the system immediately responded. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, sure. Deal! Obito, wait. Why do I still feel like I got scammed? And so, before he could even warm up to his newfound Ten Tails chakra, the system had already taken a portion of it. However, in return, he could feel an unstable force within his body dissipate along with that extracted chakra. Host, you're such an idiot. As the system devoured Kagaya's will, it silently muttered in its core. If it weren't necessary to separate out the parts containing Kagaya's will, I wouldn't even have charged you. Carrot, but making a little extra on the side still makes me happy. Obito opened his status panel and took a glance. The next moment, he burst out laughing. Ha! If Kakashi saw his current chakra levels, he'd probably cry on the spot. Not tens of units. Not hundreds. Obito's total chakra reserves had now reached thousands of units. And with the insane regeneration of a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Granny will never have to worry about me running out of chakra again. Just then, the system spoke up. Alright, host. I'm off to another world. Obito blinked in confusion. What? There's a Pokemon contest happening soon. I need to go issue some quests. Oh, and by the way, Uchiha Madara is about to emerge. You might want to figure out how to deal with that. Bye-bye. Obito nodded slightly and responded mentally. Bye-bye, thanks, bro. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without you. The system trembled slightly before replying in its usual tsundere tone. Since you're being so appreciative, I'll leave you a multiple-choice question before I go. New choice quest issued. Option 1, kill Uchiha Madara and extract the Ten Tails chakra from his body. Reward, Limbo, Border Jail. Option 2, talk no Jutsu Madara and continue being his good grandson. Reward, passive ability Talk no Jutsu Master. Talk no Jutsu Master, your mouth fights as fiercely as your fists. As long as you keep talking in battle, all attributes increase by 20%. After issuing the quest, the system promptly departed. Ding! Goodbye. Obito smirked, his expression brimming with mischief. As expected, for a system like this, playing the emotional card is the best strategy. He carefully examined the quest options and quickly made a decision. Option 1 is tempting, but Madara-sama has treated me well. I think I'll let him live. Besides, Option 2's reward looks pretty damn useful. Just as he finalized his choice, the grayish-white egg before him began to crack open. A figure emerged from within. Madara had hatched. However, the Madara that emerged had undergone a complete transformation. Long white hair cascaded down his back, his cold alabaster skin exuding an air of regal elegance. His 6 paths robes fluttered despite the absence of wind. So cool! Obito muttered in admiration. I almost regret using the reshaping function. No, I don't regret it. A man's worth is not measured by his looks. Madara hovered in the air, gripping his 6-path staff in his left hand, his crimson gaze cold as ice. Obito, you... But before Madara could finish his sentence, Obito cut him off, his eyes widening in mock shock. Why do you only have 3 truth-seeking orbs? He then smugly pointed at his own back. You're not even on my level. Look, I've got 4. Madara's eyes narrowed as he focused on Obito's back. Sure enough, 4 perfect truth-seeking orbs floated neatly behind him. Breathe. Madara took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable mixture of emotions. He was supposed to be a celestial sage, transcendent and unshakable. And yet, why did this still piss him off so much? His face darkened, his voice filled with barely contained fury. Obito. Do not change the subject. Tell me, why did you betray me? And another thing. Why did I have to endure countless trials to awaken the Rinnegan, while this brat just casually unlocked the 6-tomo Rinnegan? Why? Madara's 2 greatest pet peeves, betrayal and being surpassed, were now both embodied in a single person, Uchiha Obito. The only reason he hadn't started a fight already was because it was Obito. If it were anyone else, he'd be dancing on their grave by now. Not to mention, Madara had a sneaking suspicion that if he fought Obito right now, he'd only end up even more pissed off. Obito floated up to Madara's level and met his gaze with utmost seriousness. I haven't betrayed you. You might not believe me, but everything I've done has been for your own good. The audacity. Madara's expression darkened further. He stole my 10 tails, and he dares say it's for my sake? Seeing the storm brewing in Madara's eyes, Obito quickly waved his hands in appeasement, grinning cheekily. Don't be so quick to get mad. At least let me explain first. Not that it'll make you any less mad afterward. Chapter 239, Madara, listen to my talk no jutsu. Hearing Obito's words, Madara nearly choked on his breath. Obito, is this how you talk to your grandfather? Seeing that Madara was about to blast him, Obito quickly dropped his Sasuke-like expression. At the same time, he made a mental note, I should stop copying Sasuke's speech patterns. I was just one step away from getting my ass kicked. Obito coughed twice, switched to Naruto's determined expression, and prepared to unleash his talk no jutsu. Ahem, Grandpa Madara, my attitude just now was inappropriate. Please, let me explain properly. Seeing Obito's respectful attitude, Madara's expression softened slightly. The darkened look on his face remained, but at least he wasn't outright furious anymore. Humph. You'd better have a reasonable explanation. Don't try to fool me. Otherwise, there will be no more ties between us. Obito's expression grew serious. He nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry, Grandpa Madara. I, Obito, never lie, especially not to you. After a brief pause, he spoke again, slowly and deliberately. Grandpa Madara, you know me. I've never cared about power. To me, power is meaningless if I can't protect the people I want to protect. The reason I interfered with the 10 tails was to protect you, to protect this world. As he spoke, Obito floated forward, almost pressing his face against Madara's. He wanted to make sure Madara saw the unwavering sincerity in his Rinnegan, 6-tomo shining brightly. Grandpa Madara, I know you're feeling angry and confused right now. But what I'm about to show you will make everything clear. With that, Obito locked eyes with Madara, a flicker of purple light passing through their gazes. A matching purple glow flashed briefly in Madara's eyes as he received the transmitted information. You have received a video invitation. Madara hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept. In the next instant, his consciousness was pulled into a vast, white illusionary space. Obito's voice echoed in his ears. Grandpa Madara, the images I'm about to show you depict the true course of this world. Madara frowned. The true course of this world? What do you mean? Obito internally rolled his purple eyes. Madara, why do you have so many questions? Can't you just sit down and watch the anime like a normal person? Now I have to think of a reasonable excuse just to explain this. Obito cleared his throat and tried to sound serious. Just give me a moment to organize my words. After a short pause, he began. It's like this, Grandpa Madara. When I was young, I accidentally received a legacy left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. It was something even the sage himself may not have realized he left behind. But by sheer luck, I obtained it. Did Obito really get the Sage of Six Paths legacy? Madara stroked his chin, lost in thought. If that were the case, it would explain a lot. Actually, Obito had originally wanted to claim he was the reincarnation of the sage himself. That way, he and Madara could just call it even. He'd call Madara Grandpa, and Madara would have to call him Dad. A perfect win-win. But fearing that the mission would fail, he wisely abandoned that suicidal plan. Instead, he pressed on with his explanation. The moment I obtained that legacy, I saw the future, I saw the fate of this world. Madara cut him off coldly. Impossible. No one can foresee the future. Even the Sage of Six Paths himself couldn't do that. How could you, someone who only inherited a fraction of his power, achieve such a thing? Obito waved his hand dismissively. I know it sounds unbelievable, but why don't you just see for yourself before rejecting it outright? After all, if I really wanted to deceive you, I wouldn't come up with such an absurd lie, would I? Madara narrowed his eyes. That was true. Even if Obito wanted to trick him, he wouldn't use such an outrageous excuse. After a long silence, Madara finally nodded. Fine. With Madara's permission, Obito wasted no time. He began playing through key moments of Shippuden at 64x speed, just right for Madara's dynamic vision, making it feel like watching at normal pace. The sheer amount of information conveyed through these images far exceeded anything mere words could express. In just a few minutes, Madara was walked through the entirety of Shippuden's main story. Naturally, the focus was on Kaguya and her descendants, as well as Madara and Hashirama's past lives. Obito also made sure to highlight Black Zetsu's insidious schemes and his own tragic fate as Madara's unwitting pawn. By the time the viewing was over, Madara remained frozen in place, unable to recover. He didn't want to believe what he had just seen. He didn't want to believe that his lifelong dream and meticulous plans had been nothing but a grand joke. He didn't want to accept that everything he had done for peace would ultimately plunge the world into chaos. Seeing Madara in deep silence, Obito added from the side. Grandpa Madara, this was the fate originally set for us. You and I were both mere pieces on Black Zetsu's chessboard. If I had not intervened, if I had not changed the course of events, this would have been our inevitable future. Madara remained silent. He didn't want to accept it. But he couldn't deny it, either. The so-called evidence that Obito had provided. It explained why Obito knew his plans so well, why he could immediately see through Black Zetsu's deception. It explained why Obito could perfectly mimic him, despite never having met him before. It explained everything. Slowly, Madara lifted his head, his eyes complicated as they met Obito's gaze. Obito, why didn't you tell me all of this sooner? Obito sighed deeply and looked him straight in the eyes. Grandpa Madara, do you really not know yourself? I've hinted at the flaws in the moons I planned countless times. I've tried to persuade you to abandon it. But you've always been stubborn, unwilling to listen to me. Obito spread his hands helplessly. Even if I had told you, I know exactly how you'd react. You'd think, now that I know about Kaguya's scheme, I, Madara, can just eliminate her and continue with my plan. Maybe you really could do it. But I couldn't risk the world, or my beloved grandfather, on such a slim chance. Obito's eyes reddened, his voice choking up. So to make sure you survived, to prevent Black Zetsu from succeeding, I had no choice but to take this desperate measure. Tears welled in his eyes as he cried out. I just didn't want to lose you, Grandpa Madara. Chapter 240, Pouring Chicken Soup for Grandpa Madara. Oh, Obito. Hearing his grandson's sincere and heartfelt words, Madara's body trembled involuntarily. Obito had seen that kind of future, yet instead of resenting him, he had been thinking of him from beginning to end. And yet, he himself had failed to appreciate it, doubting Obito again and again. At this thought, the anger in Madara's heart had long since dissipated, replaced by overwhelming guilt. Looking at his grandson, who was crying uncontrollably before him, Madara couldn't help but shed tears as well. Obito, it was Grandpa who wronged you. It was my fault. Madara pulled his grandson into his embrace, holding him tightly. Grandpa Madara, as long as you, understand my heart, that's enough. Obito sobbed in his grandfather's arms, his body shaking. I don't care about the power of the Ten Tails. Once you've resolved the hidden dangers in your body, you can take it back anytime. Madara is just like the system, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Playing the emotion card should work just fine. Sure enough, after hearing Obito's words, Madara felt even more guilty. He ruffled Obito's hair with a sigh. Silly child, what difference does it make whether this power is with you or with me? Since you have obtained it, then it belongs to you. What kind of grandfather asks his grandson to return something? Obito said nothing, only tightening his embrace around Madara. Woo. Madara, you're so kind. To have such a considerate and understanding grandfather, this must be a blessing I earned from suffering in my past life. After a long moment, the two finally released each other. Sigh. Madara let out a melancholic sigh. Even though this incident had given him a grandson he could completely trust and entrust everything to, he had also lost his lifelong ambition, the Eye of the Moon plan. Emptiness, confusion, and helplessness. That was his current state. He let out a self-deprecating laugh and murmured with emotion. Life flows like water, and in the end, everything is just a fleeting dream. Half a lifetime of struggling, half a lifetime of chasing, yet in the end, it was all just grasping at shadows. Madara suddenly thought of something amusing and burst into laughter, his tears flowing freely. How ridiculous, how pathetic. Ha 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 ha. He had spent his whole life trying to create a dream for others. But in the end, he realized. For most of his life, he had been trapped in the dream Black Zetsu had woven for him. What irony! Ha! It turned out that living in someone else's fabricated illusion wasn't as wonderful as he had imagined. The feeling of having everything manipulated by someone else was utterly detestable. Watching Madara shift between dazed melancholy and furious resentment, Obito sighed softly and placed a hand on his shoulder. Grandpa Madara, your intentions were good. You just took the wrong path. But that's normal. There's no need to be too upset. After a brief pause, Obito clasped his hands behind his back, lowered his voice, and deliberately put on an old and wise tone. After all, who hasn't taken a few wrong turns or made a few mistakes in their youth? Madara forced out a small smile and gave his grandson a light smack on the head. You brat, are you mocking your grandfather now? Obito shook his head solemnly. I'm serious, Grandpa Madara. Since we've realized this path won't work, we just need to change direction. There's no need to be troubled by it. Haha, here comes the chicken soup. Winking at Madara, Obito continued pouring the motivational speech. With our current strength and lifespan, we can take our time. We can guide the shinobi world toward peace step by step. In the days to come, we can try every possible approach until we find the right one. At this, Obito spread his hands helplessly. Of course, this process will definitely be time-consuming and exhausting, but I will always be here with you. I will help you realize your lifelong dream to build a civilized, harmonious, free, and equal world of peace. Madara's eyes became misty once again. Obito, you really mean that? You're willing to do this with me? Obito nodded earnestly. To be honest, for a long time, I've shared the same ambition as you, to find a way to bring lasting peace to the shinobi world. As my senior would put it, you and I are comrades fighting for the same dream and cause. Stealthily trying to climb up the seniority chain. Madara's body trembled again. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly asked. Obito, when you say senior, are you referring to that boy, Nagato? Obito nodded firmly. Maybe it's because he inherited your Rinnegan, but Nagato shares our aspirations. Thanks to his efforts, the once war-torn land of Rain is now a peaceful and prosperous place. Madara's eyes became unfocused for a moment before he nodded with mixed emotions. I was too obsessed with the Eye of the Moon plan before and overlooked the fact that many in this world share my ideals, including the one man I should never have ignored. You were right, Hashirama. This time, I was wrong. His emotions surged, but soon, a determined expression replaced his hesitation. But don't celebrate too soon, Hashirama. I still have a chance to set things right. I will accomplish what you couldn't, together with Obito. Phew! Seeing Madara regain his spirit, Obito let out a quiet sigh of relief. After all that talk, he had finally managed to break through Grandpa Madara's emotional barrier. A few more rounds of persuasion in the coming days, and he should be fully healed. Obito secretly planned. Later, Grandpa Madara and I can play good cop, bad cop, and keep the entire shinobi world in check. I already have a white mask. I'll just get Grandpa Madara a red one when I have time. Obito was already imagining future developments. If any village dared to stir up trouble, all they had to do was have Madara's Susanoo-clad Buddha statue block their village entrance. Then cross his arms, grin menacingly, and say, "Oh, your village wants to start a fight? Feeling bold, huh? How about we test that?" And he'd follow up, playing peacemaker. Come on, Grandpa Madara, let's not. They haven't actually started fighting yet. If they really do, then you can level their village later. No rush. With this strategy, who would still dare cause trouble? Of course, if someone insisted on courting death, well, he couldn't stop Madara, could he? As his thoughts ran wild, Obito turned back to the now revitalized Madara and spoke seriously. Grandpa Madara, everything else can wait. The most important thing right now is to deal with that first. Chapter 241, Come Out, Kaguya. Deep within Ryuchi Cave. Madara frowned slightly, his tone uncertain as he asked. Are you saying Akatsuki Kaguya, Obito? Obito nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. That's right, Grandpa Madara. Even though we tore the Ten Tails apart, there should still be remnants of Kaguya's will within both of us. Madara's expression changed upon hearing this. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed his body, but found nothing. I don't detect anything unusual, Madara said as he reopened his eyes. Are you certain that after the chakra was torn apart, her consciousness could still persist, Obito? Obito nodded with absolute certainty. I'm sure. The system already gave me a notification. And it took a hefty processing fee from me. Do you think I wouldn't be sure about this? His mind spun quickly as he rephrased his explanation. She's hidden herself very deeply, so it's normal for you not to sense her. If not for my 6-Tomo Rinnegan issuing a warning just now, I wouldn't have noticed her presence either. Not like Madara has the 6-Tomo Rinnegan. I can make up whatever I want. Obito thought to himself. Madara glanced at Obito's Rinnegan, nodding in thought. I see. Damn it, I'm so jealous of his eyes. So, Obito, do you have a way to deal with Kagaya's will? Obito's gaze flickered over Madara, hesitating before speaking. I do have some confidence, Grandpa Madara. But first, I want to see if there's a way to communicate with her. Madara immediately understood Obito's reasoning. Obito wants to gather intelligence about the Akatsuki clan from Kagaya, huh? Although he felt rather displeased, he still nodded in agreement. All right. With Madara's approval secured, Obito cleared his throat and spoke in an authoritative tone. Ahem. Kagaya-sama, you've been listening in the dark for quite some time now. You should understand your current situation, right? If you come out quietly now, perhaps we can have a discussion. Otherwise... Obito's eyes narrowed, his voice turning cold. Otherwise, don't blame Grandpa Madara and me for being rude, Akatsuki Kagaya. A minute passed. There was no response. Obito scratched his head in confusion. She might be a naive fool, but she's not this foolish. Or does she think that as long as she stays silent, we can't do anything to her? Seeing his grandson's puzzled expression, Madara pondered for a moment before speaking. Obito, is it possible that because Kagaya's chakra was torn apart, she can hear us but can't actually communicate? The moment Madara finished speaking, the Ten-Tails chakra within his body trembled slightly. It was as if another will inside him was affirming his words. Madara immediately relayed this anomaly to Obito. So that's how it is. Obito fell into deep thought. Looks like it's time for me to use my 6-Tomo Rinnegan's ability. Madara rolled his purple eyes, then rolled his red eyes again. This brat. He just has to emphasize the 6-Tomo part to irritate me, huh? Still. What kind of dojutsu has Obito awakened? I can't help but be curious. Unaware of Madara's irritation, Obito carefully read through the description of his new ability. Rinnegan, Tsukuyami, when used in Kamui space, this technique has a chance to pull the target's consciousness into the Tsukuyami world. The success rate increases based on the target's emotional fluctuations. Tsukuyami world, a semi-conscious realm between reality and illusion, where hope and despair intertwine. In this world, the user can manipulate time, space, mass, and all other factors within the limits of their ocular power. Let's go with Tsukuyami. Obito murmured. If she behaves, we'll pull her out and have a nice chat. If she doesn't, then I'll just finish her off inside the Tsukuyami world. Having made his decision, Obito turned to Madara. Grandpa Madara, are you ready? I'll first take you into Kamui space, then use my dojutsu to pull Kagaya out. Madara nodded slightly. All right. I'll follow your lead, Obito. Ka. Before he could even say Mui, Obito and Madara were already inside Kamui space. So this is what it feels like to have an instant cast ability? So fast. So satisfying. Madara asked, what's next, Obito? Obito considered the mechanism behind Tsukuyami and replied. Grandpa Madara, think of something that triggers an emotional reaction. Preferably something that gives you that sinking feeling in your chest the moment it comes to mind. Madara nodded, his expression turning nostalgic. I understand. A towering figure surfaced in his memories. Even after all these years, the man's image remained crystal clear in his mind. Are you lecturing me? I just don't want to kill you. So you're saying you could kill me anytime? No, I mean, we're friends. I've already crossed the river, Hashirama. You're impossible. All right, I'm coming, Madara. Come at me, Hashirama. Ah! Madara. Ah! Obito spoke again. Kagaya-sama, I know you can hear me. I want you to recall something. The two sons you raised with love and care, sealing you away with their own hands. How does that feel? Doesn't it make you angry? Akatsuki Kagaya, she is already getting mad, you know. Having successfully guided their emotions, the purple glow in Obito's eyes deepened. Tsukuyami. Within the casting range, Madara felt the Kamui space tremble violently. The entire world seemed to tilt upside down. A crimson moon split the sky, casting an eerie glow upon the landscape. Bathed in endless red light, Madara's consciousness wavered. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in another world. Here, only two colors existed, red and black. The boundary between sky and earth had dissolved into an oppressive abyss. A suffocating pressure, anxiety, fear, unease, all these emotions resurfaced within Madara. It was hard to believe that he, who had long discarded such feelings, could still experience them. Madara spoke cautiously. "Obito, where are we?" Obito's voice echoed through the crimson void. "Grandpa Madara, this is the Tsukuyami world. And the woman beside you is the one once revered as the rabbit goddess, Akatsuki Kaguya." Chapter 242, Kaguya's character is falling apart. Upon hearing Obito's words, Madara suddenly snapped back to his senses and quickly turned to look beside him. There, standing silently at his side, was a woman of ethereal beauty, as pure and pristine as ice. At some point, she had appeared without a sound. She wore a flowing white robe adorned with black tomo patterns, with intricate yellow and purple embroidery along the edges. Her long, blue-gray hair cascaded down like a waterfall, even reaching past her tall, elegant frame. Horns on her head, a stunning figure. Everything about her is top tier. Who could possibly resist? Obito hummed a little tune, casually eyeing the woman before him, Akatsuki Kaguya. Her pale, porcelain skin was flawless, and her delicate, refined features carried a mesmerizing charm. But most striking of all were her pure, snow-white eyes, like a pair of crystalline pools reflecting the world. If only it weren't for those two digestive tablets stuck to her face. I. Oh, and the massive red eyeball in the middle of her forehead, that really killed the mood. Still, overall, she definitely had the goddess vibe going for her. No doubt, she was breathtaking. Considering how beautiful you are, I'll let it slide that you've been staring at me with those blank eyes this whole time. LOL. As the two men observed Kaguya, she, in turn, was observing them. For some reason, she couldn't see through this human. Even with the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead, she couldn't read any information about him. So instead, she turned her attention to Madara. The moment her Rinne Sharingan scanned over him, she froze. Tears welled up in her eyes and began to fall like broken pearls from a shattered necklace. Madara, _. He held out for a moment. But soon, he couldn't take it anymore. Kaguya's bizarre reaction made his skin crawl, and he couldn't stop himself from snapping. "You woman! Why are you staring at me?" Staring was one thing, but staring while crying? What the hell was wrong with her? Kaguya ignored Madara's outburst and took a step closer, her graceful movements unhurried. Images flashed through her mind at high speed. A grand palace. Two tiny infants, cradled in her arms as she cared for them with boundless love and tenderness. Day by day, they grew under her watchful eyes. She guided them patiently, teaching them how to use chakra, playing with them, cherishing every moment together. Mother and sons, living in perfect harmony. Everything was so beautiful. Even now, looking back on it, Kaguya still felt it was the happiest time of her life. She had lived on this primitive planet, happier than she ever had been on her homeworld. But good times never last. Her sons grew older. They began to think for themselves. They started to question her. "Mother, please stop offering sacrifices to the divine tree." "Silence! You are my children, you shall not defy me." "Mother, why would you do such terrible things? You don't understand their terror. I created an army with the divine tree to protect you. That doesn't justify it." "Mother, you once believed in the power of love. And yet my love was betrayed. Love is meaningless to them, it is only power that speaks. Mother, please, just once more, trust in the power of love. Stop the sacrifices. Enough." I protected you, raised you, and in the end, another betrayal? And so, mother and sons turned against each other. A war raged on for months. In the end, Kaguya was sealed away by her own children, cast into the void of space. For 1,000 years, she suffered in solitude, drowning in the agony of betrayal. Now, seeing the same chakra flowing in Madara, Kaguya was reminded of the two who had stolen her power. She remembered the joy, and the bitter sorrow that followed. Overcome with emotion, she moved closer and closer to Madara. Until at last, she was just a step away. Tears streaming down her face, she opened her arms toward him. "My child, come back, to your mother." Madara's entire body broke out in goosebumps. The hell is wrong with this woman? Damn it! Who the hell is your kid? But just then, Madara suddenly felt his chakra being drawn toward her, pulled by an invisible force. His expression darkened. He was about to react when he suddenly realized his body couldn't move. Seeing this, Obito let out a cold snort. "All right, Kaguya-sama, that's enough. I called you out to talk, not to suck the life out. My grandpa Madara is already at his age limit. You think he can handle your nonsense? If you're gonna pick someone, at least come for me." LOL. With Obito's command, the blood mist in the space suddenly surged, severing Kaguya's influence over Madara. Madara immediately took the opportunity to put some distance between them, his gaze filled with hostility as he studied Kaguya, clearly thinking about how to kill her. Kaguya, however, was just staring at Obito in shock, blinking her large, teary eyes in confusion. Why can this human interfere with my technique?" Seeing her bewildered expression, Obito smirked smugly, crossing his arms as he turned his back to her. "In my Tsukuyami world, my rules are law." Voice pack activated. Madara floated beside him, his voice cold. "Obito, there's no need to waste words on this woman. Since we've lured her out, let's end her here and now." Kaguya had just managed to stop crying, but at those words, her big, tear-filled eyes welled up again. Her sons had sealed her away. Now her grandson wanted to end her? Woo-woo, how is this fair to me? Obito and Madara stared at the crying Kaguya in speechless frustration. "Come on, Kaguya. You're supposed to be the goddess of this world's creation. The ultimate villain planning to end the shinobi world. Why are you standing here sobbing like a lost child? Do you have any idea how much you're destroying your own character setting?" Obito, thoroughly irritated, sighed and said with a complicated expression. Enough crying, Kaguya-sama. Let's talk. Otherwise, I'll have to team up with Grandpa Madara and take you down for real." Kaguya sniffled and spoke in her soft, sweet voice. "You both have my chakra flowing within you." Obito raised a hand, already exasperated. "Stop. Just stop. My chakra is mine. Madara's chakra is his. It has nothing to do with you, got it? And if you try anything funny..." At this, Obito's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. The blood mist thickened, almost dripping with menace. "If you even think about it, I'll eat you alive." Chapter 243, knocking some sense into Kaguya. Kaguya's beautiful eyes shimmered as she silently activated her chakra, attempting to analyze the principles and structure of the Tsukuyami world. It seems to be an exquisitely crafted domain, where every wisp of law contained within the blood mist imposes some kind of restriction on me. This is troublesome. In my current state, I stand no chance against these two. As these thoughts swirled through her mind, Kaguya discreetly withdrew her chakra, instead adopting a delicate, sorrowful expression, one that made her seem pitiful and fragile. "What do you wish to speak with me about? Now that's more like it." Seeing Kaguya finally behave in a more reasonable manner, Obito nodded in satisfaction before speaking. "Since we're all straightforward people here, I'll get straight to the point. I need information on the Akatsuki clan, the more detailed, the better. Ideally, I want you to tell me everything you know, down to the last detail." Kaguya wasn't the least bit surprised by Obito's request. She lightly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and spoke in a soft voice. I can provide you with intelligence, but before that, I have a question for you as well. Once you've obtained the information you seek from me, what do you plan to do with me? At these words, Madara and Obito exchanged a glance, their silent communication needing no words. Oh, Obito, just extract the information from her and then get rid of this woman. The awkward moment earlier had pushed Madara to his limit. He had never been so speechless in his entire life. Who the hell was she calling her son? He was going to make sure she paid for that. Obito furrowed his brows, utterly baffled by Madara's intense stare. What's with all the eyebrow wiggling? Does he have some kind of special interest in Kaguya or something? Does he want me to keep her alive, as his wife? Wait, no! She's your ancestor, Madara. Shaking his head to clear out the absurd thought, Obito turned his gaze back to Kaguya and spoke with a serious expression. Kaguya-sama, there's an old saying among us humans, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I know you and the Akatsuki clan are at odds. Similarly, humanity is destined to oppose the Akatsuki as well. So? Kaguya's eyes flickered slightly as she instinctively asked, so? After exchanging another glance with Madara, Obito continued. So our opposition isn't necessarily absolute. There's room for negotiation. If you cooperate with us and maintain a good attitude, then maybe I can persuade Madara to spare your life. After all, when facing a terrifying enemy like the Akatsuki, we need to gather all the forces we can. Kaguya let out a soft "oh" and blinked her large eyes, curiosity evident on her face. You seem rather knowledgeable about the Akatsuki clan? Obito scratched his head, falling into deep thought. Now that I think about it, all my knowledge of the Akatsuki comes from a certain non-flammable source. But who knows if fanfic settings even apply to the Naruto world? With that in mind, Obito turned back to Kaguya and tentatively asked. Your partner, is his name Akatsuki Ashiki? The one with a curved horn extending from his left forehead to the back of his head? Kaguya's body trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. How does this human know about Akatsuki Ashiki? I have never revealed any information about him to anyone on this planet. Damn it! Seeing Kaguya's reaction, Obito suddenly had a bad premonition. No way. The ridiculous settings from Boruto are actually canon in this world? No, I need to double-check this. Without hesitation, Obito fired off another round of questions. Do you know of Akatsuki Urashiki? The one who possesses the Kekkei Mora ability, Yamatsu Hirasaka? And what about Akatsuki Momoshiki, the one with the hand-formed Rinnegan? Or that big, red-ringed Akatsuki Kinshiki? Urashiki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki, three powerful Akatsuki introduced in Boruto. Kaguya felt as if her head was spinning. Overwhelmed, she blurted out in confusion. Did you extract my memories somehow? How do you know all this? If he already knows everything, won't he just kill me now? Obito ignored Kaguya's growing panic because, at this moment, his own emotions were in even greater turmoil. Shit! The entire Akatsuki family bucket is coming. Damn it! I worked so hard to survive and become a top-tier boss, only to be nerfed by the plot. Thinking back to Boruto. Naruto exhausted himself just creating 3 shadow clones. Sure, Hinata might have had a little to do with that. Sasuke Uchiha attempted a heroic last-ditch effort, only to get wrecked by an Akatsuki elbow strike. Obito felt his soul leave his body. Still, as Obito the Stubborn, he quickly calmed himself down. Exhaling slowly, he reminded himself. Stay cool, Obito. As long as you find a way to erase Boruto from existence, the problem solves itself. Boruto's story? Boruto's timeline? If there's no Boruto, then it won't be called Boruto anymore, right? Problem solved. Forcing himself to remain composed, Obito looked at Kaguya with feigned indifference and said, You're overthinking things, Kaguya-sama. If I could read your mind, why would I bother asking you anything? I simply happen to acquire some intelligence from various sources. That's all. Now then, Kaguya-sama, don't concern yourself with my words earlier. Please, start your explanation. Kaguya studied Obito, uncertainty filling her heart. She couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or just bluffing. But in her eyes, Obito's presence had become even more enigmatic. That was probably his way of intimidating me. He's warning me, I know a lot about the Akatsuki, so don't even think about lying. That must be what he meant. Chapter 244, The Fearsome Akatsuki. If that's the case, I'll tell you everything as it is. Kaguya's delicate face took on a nostalgic expression. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she slowly began to recount the origins of her clan. Whether in terms of civilization, technology, or individual strength, we far surpass this planet. My people are born with extraordinarily long lifespans, immense chakra reserves, and unfathomable dojutsu. Even when on the brink of death, we have various means to achieve reincarnation. Obito listened intently, unconsciously nodding as he processed her words. Kaguya's voice was truly pleasant, clear and sweet, like a mountain spring. TCH. Enough of that. This woman was probably telling the truth, so far. From what she had described, the Akatsuki clan could use something called karma to transcend death and achieve rebirth. It was akin to transferring data from an old computer to a new one. However, a long lifespan doesn't mean true immortality. Only by consuming the chakra fruit born from the divine tree can we free ourselves from the constraints of mortality. The chakra fruit can correct our flaws, allowing us to continuously refine and evolve, until we become an existence beyond compare, unprecedented and unparalleled. That is why my people are obsessed with collecting and consuming chakra fruits, dedicating their entire lives to the pursuit of becoming supreme gods. Upon hearing this, Madara let out a cold chuckle. Ha! Gods? You're nothing but weaklings propped up by external power. Kaguya shot him a sidelong glance, her beautiful eyes full of disdain, but she didn't respond. From the moment they met, this so-called grandson of hers had harbored hostility toward her. If the circumstances weren't as they were, she would have long since pulled him back into her embrace. But the chakra required to bear the divine tree's fruit is far too vast. Even we only managed to cultivate 4 chakra fruits. And so, my people set their sights beyond the stars, planting divine trees across countless worlds, devouring planets to cultivate new fruits. Damn! Just damn! These lunatics didn't even spare their own homeworld? Obito clicked his tongue in disbelief. Curious, he asked, Kaguya, if that's the case, wouldn't your homeworld have long since been drained of life? How could it still be habitable? Kaguya shook her head. My clan abandoned our homeworld ages ago. Several millennia ago, we migrated onto a starship the size of a celestial body. To honor our origins, we named the starship after our homeland. A goddamn celestial-sized starship? Obito roared internally. For a moment, he struggled to accept this revelation. He could handle Naruto being a high-level martial world, even dipping into the mystical. But now, suddenly, there were starships? Then again, Obito reconsidered. Kaguya and Ishiki had indeed arrived on Earth aboard a spacecraft, and Tonari had referred to the Akatsuki as beings from the heavens. With a deep breath, Obito pushed past his discomfort and said, "All right, continue." At that moment, Madara spoke up. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell us, how strong is the Akatsuki clan? Kaguya gave a slight nod, her voice gentle as she replied, using myself as a reference, before I bore my children, right after consuming the divine tree's fruit, there were about 20 individuals in my clan who were either on par with me or far surpassed me. Of course, that was over 1,000 years ago. As for the present situation, I can't say for certain. Obito and Madara exchanged glances, both seeing the same shock reflected in each other's eyes. Kaguya, in her prime after consuming the divine tree's fruit, had absorbed an entire planet's energy. Just by sheer chakra volume alone, she possessed at least 1,000 times, if not 10,000 times, more chakra than both of them combined. And yet, within her clan, she ranked so low? And that was the Akatsuki clan from a millennium ago, meaning today, they were likely even stronger. The Akatsuki are far more terrifying than we imagined. This was the unspoken conclusion both Obito and Madara reached. Seeing their grim expressions, Kaguya couldn't help but smirk internally. Even after inheriting only a fraction of my power, you think you can resist the might of my clan? Humans truly are foolishly arrogant creatures. With an innocent expression, she feigned helplessness. I've told you everything I know. I hope you will keep your promise. Despite her pitiful act, she was secretly pleased with herself. Greater than or equal to less than or equal to, of course you'll let me go, you need my help. Without me, the mere idea of you resisting my clan is laughable. Obito turned to Madara with a questioning look and sent him a private message. Should we let this woman go? I'll follow your lead. Also, I don't recommend marrying her. Even if it's just a chakra reincarnation, the thought alone is disturbing. Madara understood Obito's first glance, but the second one carried too much information, he failed to decipher it. As much as I'd love to kill this woman for taking advantage of me, Madara thought, she still has her uses, so I'll have to swallow my pride for now. Resolving himself, he turned to Kaguya and said, Fine. I'll spare you, for now. But I have one more question. Kaguya blinked her large eyes and asked gently, What is it? Obito was also curious, wondering what Madara would ask. Could it be, he's going to ask if Kaguya has a lover? But Madara, maintaining his serious expression, asked, What is a starship? Obito. Covering his face in exasperation, he thought, why was I even expecting something else? As Madara and Kaguya continued their discussion, Obito used the moment to process the information she had provided. So far, everything she said seemed plausible. If it was true, it could be used as a basis for further deductions. I was already expecting the Akatsuki to be powerful, but I still underestimated them. Like a casual player stumbling into a battlefield full of maxed-out VIP 15 players. With a wry smile, Obito muttered, If we want to stand a chance against the Akatsuki, we'll have to make use of Kaguya. Though, she's probably revealing all this information to make us realize we can't survive without her. Heh. I'll have to be careful with this woman, if we let her take control, we're doomed. Chapter 245, Kaguya's Proposal. Inside the Tsukuyami world. After a long conversation with Kaguya, Madara muttered to himself. So this is a starship. To think such a miraculous thing actually exists in this world. Obito rolled his violet eyes in exasperation. Madara, you look like you've never seen the world before. Give me some time to drag Orochimaru back here, and I'll have him make you an AK to play with. Kaguya gazed at the two with her pale eyes, her voice as soft as flowing water. Now that you have heard my story. She paused, then asked gently. Do you still have the courage to stand against me and my clan? Hearing this, Madara and Obito exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Especially Madara, who laughed so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Woman, are you joking? The stronger the enemy, the better. Otherwise, what's the point of battle? Crushing so-called strong opponents beneath my feet is the greatest pleasure of being Madara. Obito laughed just as boldly, following up. He is absolutely right. The stronger the enemy, the harder we'll crush them. So what if our opponents are gods? We are warriors, and we will shake the heavens themselves. Obito! Ha 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 ha. Watching the two lunatics laugh like maniacs, Kaguya's eyes flickered with a strange light. Should I call them fearless or simply ignorant? She decided to wait until they finished laughing before speaking again, such was the etiquette of a princess. But who would have thought, she ended up waiting for 10 whole minutes. Kaguya nearly lost her mind, tormented by their endless, insane laughter. Phew! As their laughter finally died down, Kaguya let out a quiet sigh of relief. I do admire your courage. She chose her words carefully, then continued. But with our current strength alone, we cannot hope to challenge the Akatsuki main family. However, I do have a method to bridge the gap between us and them. Obito grinned, already guessing her intention. Let me guess, you're planning to use infinite Tsukuyomi to extract this planet's chakra? Kagaya nodded slightly. Only by doing this can we rapidly acquire enough power to stand against the main family. Obito shook his head, clearly unimpressed. You should abandon that thought, Kagaya-sama. Obito had done plenty of terrible things in his life, but that didn't mean he was heartless. Sacrificing an entire planet to gain power? That was a step too far. Of course, if it really came down to a life-or-death situation, he might consider it. However, having read the script, Obito knew one thing for sure. The Akatsuki main family was arrogant beyond belief. They wouldn't even bother paying attention to a runaway clanswoman and a few lowly natives of a backwater planet. Real powerhouses wouldn't lower themselves to personally deal with something so insignificant. At least, not until Obito had devoured enough of their scouts. That's right. Although Obito still looked human, he was already halfway to becoming an Akatsuki himself. And with that, he had inherited their ability to consume. His plan was simple. Every Akatsuki that set foot on Earth, he would devour them. One came, he ate one. A pair came, he ate both. And with the system rewarding him for altering the storyline, he'd only grow stronger in return. Seriously. I'm literally cheating. Why should I be afraid of a bunch of steroid junkies? Kagaya, seeing that Obito refused, was undeterred. She pressed on. If we cannot resist the main family, this entire planet will be doomed. Given that, isn't it worthwhile to sacrifice the many in order to preserve the few? Obito glanced at her indifferently. Such noble-sounding words, but I suspect you never really saw human lives as anything more than resources. Then again, can I blame you? Food never gets a say in how it's consumed. It's just a difference in perspective. Even Madara couldn't accept Kagaya's absurd proposition. He sneered. Are you trying to manipulate me and my grandson like Black Zetsu did? Kagaya frowned slightly, her large eyes filled with confusion. You. She couldn't understand why these two didn't grasp such a simple concept. Sacrificing a portion of the insignificant to save the planet should be an easy decision. Why did they hesitate? Kagaya attempted to put herself in their shoes, pondering deeply. After a moment, her expression softened in realization. Ah. I see now. It's the human instinct to pity the weak, isn't it? Heh, what a foolish trait, something ingrained in inferior creatures, impossible to erase no matter how powerful they become. Believing she had figured them out, Kagaya spoke again. I understand your compassion. But what if we only extracted their chakra without harming them? After all, their chakra is wasted on them. Wouldn't it be better used to protect this planet? This. Obito and Madara hesitated for the first time. There was truth to her words. Resources in the wrong place were just waste. Waste in the right hands became power. When the Akatsuki finally descended, the weak would be useless in battle. And by weak, that meant anyone below Kage level, basically the entire world, with only a handful of exceptions. If they could extract chakra without killing, gathering that energy to strengthen themselves against the Akatsuki. It actually didn't sound like a bad idea. As Kagaya had said, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. In times like these, strength had to be consolidated. Madara narrowed his eyes, considering. Woman, I have two questions. First, can you truly extract chakra without harming them? Second, would the chakra extracted this way even be useful to warriors of our level? Kagaya nodded seriously. I am the God Tree, and the God Tree is me. This is not difficult. As long as the extraction isn't excessive, their lives won't be affected. Trust me, when it comes to draining people, I have plenty of experience. Her words made both Obito and Madara slightly uncomfortable. But only slightly. After all, the people who died 1,000 years ago had nothing to do with them. If they truly cared about them, they wouldn't be standing here now. Kaguya blinked her large eyes. And with the sheer number of living beings on this planet, even small extractions would add up to something enormous. She licked the corner of her lips lightly. Even if the three of us share it, there'll be more than enough to push our strength even further. Chapter 246, Impressive, Host. Hearing the implication in Kaguya's words, Obito's lips curled into a faint smirk. They say Kaguya is just a naive, simple-minded woman, but it seems that's not entirely true. Her battle intelligence might not be great, but at least she has some brains. He exchanged a glance with Madara. After receiving a confirming look from the other man, Obito finally spoke. If you can actually accomplish what you claim, then of course, you'll get your share of the final outcome. Hearing this, Kaguya's face lit up with a smile, blooming like a spring orchid, exuding contentment and joy. That is most wonderful. You may leave everything to me. A sharp gaze swept over her. Madara crossed his arms, his tone cold. I'll make this clear now, if you dare try anything foolish, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kaguya maintained her soft smile, her voice delicate. In my current state, before the two of you, I am as fragile as a wisp of smoke. How could I possibly do something so unwise? Madara sneered, clearly unconvinced. Humph. You'd better not. Meanwhile, Obito was internally grumbling. TCH, as if I'd believe you, you old witch. You're as cunning as they come. She might look as gentle as a flower, but the amount of scheming in her heart was definitely no joke. This was the same woman who managed to betray Akatsuki Ashiki and even gave birth to that sneaky bastard, Black Zetsu. Anyone who saw her as a helpless weak woman was bound to be eaten alive. Kaguya turned her big, watery eyes toward Madara, looking pitiful. My child, why do you refuse to believe me? Madara's white hair practically bristled. Silence! Stop talking nonsense. Who's your child? Kaguya pointed a slender finger at him. You are, of course, my child. Madara, thoroughly irked, growled in frustration. I am not. You are. I am not. Obito chuckled as he watched the scene unfold. This was great. Aside from Killer Bee, it seemed there was now another person capable of driving Madara crazy, Kaguya. Just as Obito was secretly enjoying the spectacle, a voice suddenly rang in his consciousness. Ding! What the hell is going on, host? How did Black Zetsu's quest for mommy turn into Kaguya seeks a son? Obito nearly had a heart attack from the sudden interruption. Clutching his chest, he snapped irritably. Damn it, system. Can you not pop up out of nowhere and scare me half to death? And another thing, stop using that sultry voice to curse. It's super weird. The system sounded a little indignant. How was that sudden? I literally gave you a ding as a warning. Obito shot back, totally justified. It was the ding that scared me. Ignoring him, the system quickly scanned through the recent events. After processing everything, it couldn't help but curse again. Damn! Host, you're amazing. I was only gone for a little while, and not only did you use talk no jutsu on Madara, you even dragged Kaguya into a verbal battle? Selection successful. Reward obtained, buff, Supreme Talker. Effect, as long as you keep talking during battle, all your attributes increase by 20%. Obito gladly accepted the reward, then curiously asked. System, where did you go just now? The system sighed in frustration. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, sigh, what else? Making money. Don't ask. All I can say is, life's tough, man. Life's really tough. Obito clicked his tongue but didn't pry further. Alright, whatever. Man, even a system has to struggle to make ends meet these days. Regaining his focus, Obito turned back to the scene before him. Kagaya and Madara were still at it, dialogue boxes continuously popping above their heads. I am not. You are. Obito. Are they ever going to stop? Don't tell me the essence of the Akatsuki clan is just being a bunch of broken record machines? Finally, Obito grabbed hold of the agitated Madara and sighed. Alright, don't lower yourself to her level. While calming the enraged Madara, he turned to Kagaya and asked. Kagaya-sama, what exactly do you need in order to perform this technique of yours? Kagaya blinked her large eyes, her tone serious. I do not require any external materials, only the combined strength of the three of us. However, before that, I must replenish my chakra and fully restore my body. Akatsuki filial piety duo had sealed Kagaya away in a manner akin to compressing a large file into a zip folder, encrypting it, and uploading it to the cloud. When Obito and Madara revived the Ten-Tails, it was like entering the password to start extracting the files. Once the Ten-Tails fully matured into the God Tree, the extraction process would be complete, and Kagaya would be properly revived. But due to Obito's interference, the file got severely corrupted. While the most crucial component, the consciousness file, was intact, the missing data needed to be re-downloaded using mobile data, chakra. And unfortunately, the shinobi world didn't have Wi-Fi. Obito shook his head and rejected Kagaya outright. I know what you're thinking, Kagaya-sama, and the answer is no. The Ten-Tails chakra belongs to me and Madara now. There's no way we're handing it over to you. He wasn't stupid enough to arm the enemy himself. If Kagaya regained control, he and Madara would be her first meals. Kagaya frowned, the two pills on her forehead nearly touching. But if I do not restore my body, I will be unable to. Obito raised a hand, cutting her off. Kagaya-sama, I have a proposal that benefits all three of us. Why don't you hear me out first? It won't just solve your current problem, but it'll also bring us all some serious gains. Kagaya let out a soft hum and nodded. I am listening. Madara, intrigued, also turned his attention to Obito, curious about this so-called proposal. Obito thought for a moment before speaking. Kagaya-sama, your former partner, Akatsuki Ishiki, isn't dead. That's impossible. Kagaya's first reaction was to deny it outright. I sacrificed Ishiki to the Ten-Tails long ago. Otherwise, how could the God Tree have bloomed and borne fruit? Trust me, Kagaya-sama, Ishiki is still alive. Recalling the events from Boruto, Obito hesitated slightly before continuing. After the Ten-Tails devoured most of his body, he used a technique called Sukunai Kona to shrink himself and escape. In short, his existence is a threat to all of us. Instead of wasting time fighting over chakra here, why don't we join forces to take him down and split his chakra 3 ways? Chapter 247, Return to Ryuchi. How does this human know about these things? This happened over 1,000 years ago. Kagaya's wariness toward Obito deepened even further. Not only did he know everything she did, he even knew things she didn't. Stardust, oh. Terrifying. How do you know all this? Kagaya couldn't help but ask. Obito's lips curled into a faint smirk, his eyes reflecting endless years of experience. This world is too small. If I want to know something, nothing can escape my sight. A sense of detachment, as if he transcended worldly concerns, emanated from him. For a brief moment, Kagaya felt like the human before her wasn't human at all. Rather, he resembled the most exalted members of her clan, those who had long since risen above the mundane. Madara clicked his tongue in annoyance. Humph. That brat, Obito, dares to put on a show without including his grandfather? Though, I do wonder how he knows all this. I'll ask him later. Kagaya lightly pursed her crimson lips, carefully processing what Obito had just revealed. This human is telling the truth. At this point, he has no reason to deceive me. Ishiki, you really are hard to kill. I should have been more ruthless back then. Kagaya weighed the pros and cons of Obito's proposal in her mind. It didn't take long for her to make a decision. She looked at Obito again and said, I have long been in an irreconcilable conflict with Akatsuki Ishiki. I have no objections to this plan. I can provide you with several coordinates to alternate dimensions where Ishiki may be hiding. After reporting a series of dimensional coordinates, Kaguya continued explaining Ishiki's abilities. Aside from space-time portals and taijutsu, Ishiki possesses two unique dojutsu, Sukuna Kona and Dekokuden. Sukuna Kona, a dojutsu that allows the user to instantly shrink and restore themselves or any non-living object. Dekokuden, a dojutsu that stores shrunken objects in a separate dimension and summons them at will. Hearing Kaguya's explanation, Madara furrowed his brows in deep thought. What an incredible and eerie dojutsu! So this is the power of the Akatsuki clan? A foe stronger than Hashirama. Damn, just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Obito gave a slight nod, clearly pleased with Kaguya's cooperation. Princess Kaguya's intelligence is invaluable. This will save us a lot of unnecessary trouble. From here on, leave the rest to me and Grandpa Madara. For now, you should stay here and wait for our good news. Kaguya offered a small, mesmerizing smile and performed a graceful bow. I haven't been of much help, but I shall humbly accept your gratitude. Obito chuckled, saying no more, and left the Tsukuyomi world alongside Madara. Watching them depart, Kaguya whispered softly to herself. My dear children, I hope you succeed in taking down Ishiki. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to consume you both and deal with him myself. Regardless of who won, she would never come out the loser. Inside Kamui's dimension, Madara hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Obito, are you sure about working with an Akatsuki? Obito scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. We don't have much choice right now, Grandpa. We need her help. As for what happens later, I'll leave that decision to you. Satisfied, Madara nodded slightly before his gaze turned cold and resolute. Outsiders will always have ulterior motives. That woman must not be allowed to live. As soon as we have the power to stand against the Akatsuki, we won't need to keep her around any longer. Is Madara mad because Kaguya rejected his advances and treated him like a grandson instead? Yeah, I'd be pissed too. I treated you like a goddess, and you saw me as a child? Unacceptable. Having spun up a reasonable internal narrative, Obito patted Madara on the shoulder, giving him a knowing look. I understand. I fully support you on this. Madara ruffled Obito's hair before curiously asking. Obito, how do you know so much about the Akatsuki clan? Obito pointed at his Rinnegan with a grin. I managed to extract parts of Kaguya's memories. That way, she wouldn't dare lie to me. Then, using my dojutsu and the Sage of Six Paths inheritance, I pieced together enough information to determine that Ishiki is most likely still alive. Madara accepted this explanation and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Obito, since Ishiki is stronger than Kaguya, have you considered working with him instead? In Madara's view, a failed Akatsuki mission meant severe punishment upon their return to their homeworld. Under those circumstances, perhaps Ishiki could be used to their advantage. Obito recalled something and shook his head. Grandpa, Ishiki is 100 times trickier than Kaguya. If we have to keep one of them around, let's choose the easier one to control. If we let them both live, I fear they might team up and wipe out humanity first. Madara thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. You're right, Obito. It's best to eliminate him sooner rather than later. But since he's an Akatsuki, we can't act recklessly. Madara paused and then continued. Alright, let's head back to Ryuchi first. We need to fully master our abilities and come up with countermeasures before we attempt to hunt down Akatsuki Ishiki. Obito gave him an okay gesture. Sounds like a plan. You really do think things through, Grandpa. Madara smirked proudly, crossing his arms behind his back. Of course. All of this wisdom comes from surviving countless life and death battles. Obito nodded in admiration. That's true. Your battle experience is second to none, Grandpa, perhaps only Lord Hashirama could compare. Madara huffed, his pride flaring up. Humph. Hashirama is still a step behind me. Though I suppose, back then, he was the only one worthy of being my rival. Madara is such a proud little rose. It seems only Hashirama can truly handle him. Wait, if he tries a little harder, could I end up with another grandfather? Suppressing a mischievous grin, Obito took Madara and exited Kamui's dimension. The moment they arrived at Ryuchi Cave, a small figure suddenly dropped from the sky and landed straight into Obito's arms. Master! It's you! Ichikishima's eyes sparkled with joy. So that terrifying commotion just now was your doing, Master? Obito awkwardly peeled the little girl off him. Ahem. Ichikishima, act normal. My grandpa is right here. Ichikishima completely ignored his words and Madara's presence. Instead, she snuggled back into Obito's chest, rubbing against him while sniffing deeply. Master, you smell so good I just want to eat you up. Madara watched with an amused expression, his thoughts running wild. No wonder Obito likes this snake princess. She's got so many tricks up her sleeve. I'd better get out of here before things get awkward. With that, Madara took the initiative to walk away, waving a hand without looking back. Obito, you two take your time. I'll go train. I'll find a place where I can't hear or see anything. Obito held one hand against Ichikishima's face to keep her from biting him while rubbing his forehead with the other, clearly exasperated. Grandpa Madara definitely misunderstood. There's no explaining this now. Meanwhile, Ichikishima beamed with excitement. Master, while you were gone, I learned a special massage technique. You should try it. Even Manda and Sherna said it felt amazing. Good grief! Obito's eyes widened. Did you go learn snake massage techniques at Hogwarts Slytherin House or something? Looking at the eager little girl, he hesitated before saying, I guess I'll give it a try. Yay! Let's start. And so, the ancient snake princess began her massage services. Chapter 248, The Great War on the Brink of Eruption. Half a month later. Inside Ryuchi Cave, a figure was sent flying with immense force. After crashing hard against the wall, he tumbled heavily to the ground. Hiss, damn, that hurts. Obito gritted his teeth as he picked himself up, wincing from the dull pain that throbbed through his entire body. Tat. Watching his grandson's disheveled state, Madara crossed his arms and burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Don't make that face, Obito. What? Getting sent flying 100 times a day makes it look like I'm abusing you or something? So, how do you feel? Do you sense any improvement? Obito recalled his relentless beatdowns over the past half-month and nodded earnestly, his expression filled with emotion. I can feel it. At first, I couldn't even last 10 moves against you. But now, I can survive 100 rounds. Madara performed a graceful mid-air flip, landing effortlessly in front of his grandson. As he patted the dust off Obito's clothes, he smiled in satisfaction. You used to rely too much on your dojutsu and abilities, neglecting the most fundamental and most crucial aspects of combat. But after this special training, I've made up for that shortcoming. Obito scratched his head with a goofy grin, his gratitude genuine. Heh heh, thanks, Grandpa Madara. During these grueling training sessions, Madara had spared no effort in passing down all his lifelong battle experience to Obito, dumping everything on him like an intense cram school from another life. Even though Obito had only grasped a fraction of it, his gains were still immeasurable. His ability to control the flow of battle had already leveled up significantly. Seeing that Obito had adjusted his stance, Madara chuckled and beckoned him over. Come on, let's continue, Obito. Obito, however, shook his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. I want to head back to the shinobi world for a bit. I'm worried about Konoha. The commotion we caused when capturing the 5 tails and 8 tails was huge. I'm afraid it might have affected the village. Madara had no objections to this and simply shrugged. If you're worried, then go take a look. Just remember, don't reveal your identity as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Obito nodded slightly and made an okay gesture. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm just gathering intel. It's not like anyone's going to notice me. By the way, do you want to come with me? We could take out Black Zetsu while we're at it. Madara hesitated for a moment, his expression showing interest. But then, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Knowing Black Zetsu, he's already hiding somewhere unknown. We'll deal with him after we take care of Akatsuki Ashiki. I'll stay here and continue my training. I want to see if I can create a new set of truth-seeking orbs. Hearing that, Obito glanced at the orbs floating behind him, suddenly realizing something. Is Madara feeling insecure because I have more truth-seeking orbs than he does? Obito made a slight pushing motion with both hands. The 4 small black spheres behind him floated toward Madara. Grandpa Madara, these 4 truth-seeking orbs stand out too much. I'll leave them with you for now. You're studying them anyway, right? You can use mine for research. I don't mind if you consume a few. Madara took the orbs with a faint smile. It's enough that you have the thought, but there's no way I'd actually take yours. Alright, hurry up and go. Be quick about it. Obito turned away, raising a hand in farewell as he grinned. Got it. I'll bring you some oranges when I get back. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Inside the land of grass. The combined forces of the wind, cloud, and earth nations had gathered, forming a vast army that stretched across the entire border. The sheer number of heavily armed and battle-ready shinobi made it impossible to see where the iron tide ended. Inside the land of fire. Minato and the others stood at the forefront of Konoha's forces, their expressions grave, their brows heavy with concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, his face dark as storm clouds. A combined force of 40,000 troops? Ha! They really do hold Konoha in high regard. For reference, the Fourth Great Ninja War, where the entire fate of the ninja world was at stake, only gathered 80,000 troops across 6 nations. Yamanaka Inoichi's expression remained stern as he spoke in a sharp tone. The enemy outnumbers us nearly 2 to 1. If we engage in a direct battle, our chances of victory are slim. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and turned to Shikaku. Shikaku, in your opinion, is there any chance of negotiating with them? Shikaku slowly shook his head, answering with a hint of regret. They didn't come here to hold Konoha accountable. They're just using that as an excuse to initiate a new round of power struggles. The 5 great nations have been cutting military spending for years, exacerbating both internal and external tensions. And with the growing imbalance between the shinobi villages, these 3 nations need a war. They crave a war. A war that will allow them to reclaim their former positions. Kakashi nodded in agreement. I support Shikaku's analysis. As much as I hate to admit it, it looks like a large-scale war is inevitable. Minato let out a quiet sigh and turned to Hiruzen. Lord Third, I'll leave things here to you. Please make sure everyone is ready for battle at any moment. Hiruzen put away his pipe and nodded. Leave it to me. After giving Hiruzen a brief nod, Minato turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, take an ANBU squad and come with me. We'll make one last attempt at negotiation. Kakashi gave a silent nod and selected several elite ANBU members. Uchiha Itachi, Yamato, Yakushi Kabuto, and Yuzuki Yugo. You 4, come with me. Our job is to protect the 4th Hokage. The 4 shinobi stepped forward from the ranks without a word. Quietly, they followed behind Kakashi and Minato. As the 6 of them walked out from Konoha's ranks, heading toward the 3-nation coalition, Kakashi's face remained calm, but his mind was racing. Obito, where the hell are you? Even if you show up, though, against an army of 40,000, what can you possibly change? Sigh. He let out a quiet sigh. There was no time to think about that now. He had to focus on protecting Minato. Not far away, inside the ranks of the three-nation coalition, Inoki and the other leaders had already received word of Konoha's movements. After a brief discussion, they also sent out a small envoy team to meet Minato. Inoki's gaze remained fixed on the approaching Minato, his expression complicated. He had already learned the truth about the attack on Iwagakure. The mastermind behind the Yoru village was not Uchiha Obito. Nor was it Namikaze Minato. It was Uchiha Madara, somehow resurrected from the dead. But just as Shikaku had predicted, Iwagakure needed this war. So Inoki had deliberately concealed the truth. Together with the furious Reikage and the embattled Kazekage, they had chosen to ignite the flames of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 249, The Dazzling Entrance. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The fourth Kazekage, Raza. The fourth Reikage, A. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Aside from Kirigakure's Kage, Terumi Mei, who had yet to arrive, this was perhaps the most complete gathering of the five Kage in nearly a decade. The hot-tempered Reikage, A, erupted with lightning the moment he laid eyes on Minato. Namikaze Minato, return my sworn brother to me. If not, I, A, will raise Konohagakure to the ground today. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at the Reikage and remarked, his tone neither soft nor harsh. If I remember correctly, Reikage-sama, you said the exact same thing 5 years ago. A's imposing aura wavered for a brief moment before his eyes widened in fury, locking onto Kakashi. You insolent brat. This is a discussion between Kage. Who gave you the right to interrupt? Minato raised a hand, shielding Kakashi behind him as he spoke in a calm tone. No need to be so angry, Reikage Dano. My student has always been blunt, please don't take it to heart. Suppressing the fire in his chest, the Reikage gave Minato a deep, scrutinizing look. You're as smooth-tongued as ever, Hokage. I can't compare. But I just hope that once my army marches, you'll still be able to maintain this same confidence. With that, the Reikage took half a step back, ceding the floor to the other two Kage. The exchange with Minato and his student had already put him at a disadvantage in terms of presence. It wouldn't be wise to keep talking. Taking over the conversation, Raza's gaze was cold as he spoke. Hokage, do you realize that the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, my son, has also been taken? I never wanted to be enemies with Konoha, but your village has pushed us too far. Don't blame us for fighting to the death. Hovering midair at the same level as the others, Inoki chimed in. The agreement to distribute the tailed beasts among the villages was a pact made by your first Hokage to maintain peace. Yet now, Konoha has unilaterally broken that agreement, disregarding the will of your predecessors by seizing the tailed beasts. Just what is your village's true intention? You, as the younger generation, don't feel even a shred of guilt? Do you not fear being condemned by the entire shinobi world? Minato let out a soft sigh, spreading his hands helplessly. When one intends to condemn another, any excuse will do. The three of you are all wise leaders, you should be able to see the truth. This is clearly the work of someone orchestrating things from the shadows, fabricating accusations, and fanning the flames to sow discord between our four villages. I only ask that the three of you don't blindly believe rumors and allow yourselves to be manipulated. Inoki let out a heavy snort, his voice firm. Hokage, stop deceiving yourself. The more you deny it, the more it seems like you have something to hide. All the Jinchuriki from every village have been taken by Yoru, except for Konoha's. Isn't the true mastermind obvious at this point? Raza pointed a finger at Minato, his expression twisted with anger. Tsuchikage is right. How do you explain this, Hokage? Minato remained silent, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. Obito. This time, you've really turned the whole shinobi world upside down. How am I supposed to clean up after you? The Reikage seized the moment to sneer. Hokage, weren't you full of righteous arguments just now? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Just as Kakashi was about to speak, a lazy voice suddenly sounded from behind him. What's so hard to understand? It's because Konoha is simply too powerful, so Yora dares not make a move against us. Minato-sensei was just being considerate. He didn't want to hurt your self-esteem, so he chose to remain silent. So why push him so hard and bring trouble upon yourselves? Following the voice, a man draped in a long cloak emblazoned with a fan crest strolled in with his hands in his pockets, swaying leisurely with each step. Imagine Doflamingo here. Hearing that familiar voice, Kakashi turned around in surprise, embracing the newcomer in a tight hug. At the same time, he couldn't help but whisper in complaint. Obito, even at a crucial moment like this, you had to be late? Come on, I rushed over the moment I heard the news. I didn't even have time for a proper reunion with Rin. I just got delayed on the way, trying to figure out how to conceal my Rinnegan. After some quick internal calculations, Obito chuckled and patted Kakashi's back before stepping away from the embrace. Looking at Minato and the assembled Kage, he spoke. Sorry, I was a little late. But heroes always make their entrance last, right? When did this kid show up? The Rakich's expression changed instantly, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He slipped past my perception. Has his strength grown even more? Damn it! Recalling his previous humiliating encounter, the Rakich cursed inwardly but held his tongue. Inoki, too, remained silent, deep in thought. Could Uchiha Obito actually be that Uchiha brat from back then? No, that's unlikely. If he were Madara's grandson, he'd be in his 40s by now. Unaware of the two Kage's contemplation, Raza's reaction became all the more foolish. Still fuming, he pointed an accusatory finger at Obito, his voice seething with rage. Insolent brat! Who said you could speak? How infuriating! The stark contrast between Konoha's dominance and Tsunagekire's decline filled Raza with fury and resentment. Just because you're strong, does that mean you can do whatever you please? Obito raised an eyebrow and shot Raza a flat glance. A moment later, a sharp snap echoed through the air. Raza's finger was severed at the base. Blood gushed freely. Obito bowed slightly, his tone sincere. My apologies, Kazekage. I just don't like being pointed at. But since it's your first offense, I'll let you off with just this. Raza's guards paled in shock. Kazekage-sama. Are you alright? A few of them immediately unsheathed their weapons, glaring at Obito with murderous intent. You bastard. How dare you attack the Kazekage? Do you have a death wish? Obito shrugged. I did it right in front of you all, how is that a sneak attack? Ninja business. Can it really be called sneaking at this point? Raza gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the pain. He raised his other hand to signal his guards to stand down. I'm fine. Fall back. But Kazekage-sama. I said fall back. Understood. As his men withdrew, Raza glared daggers at Obito. He hadn't even seen how the other man had attacked. The other Kage were just as shaken. This brat is even more terrifying than before. Damn it! The Rakich's eyes gleamed with menace. No matter what, he must die. I can't let him grow any stronger. Inoki, on the other hand, had another thought. That move just now. It was a space-time jutsu. He must be connected to that Uchiha. Even Minato sighed. This just killed any chance of peace talks, huh? Obito simply smirked. Well then, let's start the Fourth Shinobi World War. Chapter 250, I will write history. You are declaring war on us? Ridiculous. That was the shared thought in the minds of the three Kage. They had long since made up their minds. No matter what, they would fight Konoha and forge a new future upon their enemies' corpses. But we're the ones in control here. Konoha has no right to be the one declaring war on us. Among them, the Raikage, well aware of Obito's arrogance and power, was surprisingly the calmest. On the other hand, Raza was visibly shaken by Obito's audacity. What an insanely arrogant brat. Or should I say, are all Uchiha madmen? Facing an army twice the size of Konoha's, Where does this confidence come from? Unable to suppress his disbelief, he turned to Minato and asked. Hokage, is what this kid just said your stance as well? Without hesitation, Minato answered clearly. Obito's stance represents Konoha's stance. Inoki's gaze grew complex as he studied Obito, the young man's sharp and cold expression overlapping with someone from his past. He's becoming more and more alike, in both words and presence. Kill him! We must never allow another Uchiha Madara to rise in this world. Obito leisurely pulled a kunai from his cloak, his voice carrying a rare trace of sentimentality. I, like Lord Hashirama, have never been fond of senseless slaughter. His eyes burned with determination as he locked onto the three Kage and declared. But if you insist on making an enemy of Konoha, then even if you were my closest friends, I would show no mercy. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Yashikage Kira have liked this post. As Obito raised his kunai, seemingly ready to attack, the three Kage and their guards tensed, their bodies instinctively preparing for battle. This reckless brat. Does he really think he can take on all three of us right here, right now? Under the wary and doubtful gazes of everyone around him, Obito crouched down, sticking his rear out high. With the kunai in hand, he carved a long, deep line into the earth. There. That should do it. Obito then stabbed the kunai into the ground, clapped the dust off his hands, and turned to Minato and the others behind him. Minato-sensei, take them and head back. I'll handle this. You idiot! This isn't the time to show off. Kakashi's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak further, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning back, he saw Minato shaking his head slightly. Let's go, Kakashi. Trust in Obito. In Obito's eyes, Minato saw unwavering confidence. Perhaps, his student had already taken that step forward. TCH. Kakashi looked at Obito with concern. In return, Obito simply smiled at him. Relax, Kakashi. After a brief hesitation, Kakashi silently nodded. From the side, Kabuto suddenly spoke up. Good luck, Obito. Obito glanced at him, slightly taken aback, and nodded in acknowledgement. What's up with this kid? With that, Minato grabbed Kakashi and another two, teleporting them back to Konoha's ranks. I really have no idea just how strong Obito is now. Minato thought to himself. Can individual power truly stand against entire nations? I must prepare for the worst. Hiruzen quickly approached upon hearing of Minato's return. Minato, what's the situation? Minato's face was solemn. Third Hokage, a full-scale war is unavoidable. Are our forces ready? Hiruzen gave a firm nod, his eyes sharp with murderous intent. Everyone is prepared to wipe the enemy out without mercy. Minato nodded in return and looked toward the battlefield. Obito, will you surprise me again? The Konoha forces followed Minato's gaze. And there, alone, slender figures stood before an army of tens of thousands, solitary yet unyielding. The sheer impact of that sight burned itself into the minds of all who witnessed it. Even years later, when recalling this moment, they could still vividly remember the young man standing tall against an army, his spirit as fierce as a tiger ready to swallow the heavens. Meanwhile, watching Minato and the others vanish, leaving only Obito behind, Raikage's face darkened. His mood was as sour as if he'd just swallowed a spoonful of undiluted lemon extract. You brat, do you really intend to hold off my 40,000-strong army by yourself? Obito looked at Raikage in shock, his tone filled with disbelief. I can't believe it. Raikage-sama, you actually saw right through my plan. He suddenly grinned. That's right. That's exactly what I'm planning. Raza scoffed. Delusional. Even if the god of shinobi himself returned, he wouldn't dare be so arrogant. Inoki nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even Uchiha Madara wouldn't dare act so recklessly before our armies. You sure about that, old man? Obito simply smiled, his gaze fixed on Inoki. Though he said nothing, his silent confidence sent a chill down the old man's spine. Enough talk. Obito dug at his ear with a finger, then pointed at the line on the ground with his foot. Cross this line, and you die. At first, the guards around the three Kage wanted to laugh at such an outrageous claim. But something about the way he said it, so simple, so matter-of-fact, seemed to carry an undeniable weight. It made them pause. And, almost against their will, the same thought echoed in their minds. But what if he's telling the truth? Even though they knew it was absurd, they couldn't stop that nagging voice. The three Kage exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intent. In the next moment, Inoki formed a hand seal, pulling his hands apart to reveal a glowing cube of destruction. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Raza raised both arms high, his eyes flashing ruthlessly. Magnet release, gold dust burial. Thunder surged around Rakich's body as a massive lightning dragon coiled and roared toward Obito. Their coordination was seamless, striking from 3 different angles, leaving Obito with nowhere to escape. No matter how powerful he was, facing a combined assault from 3 Kage at once was beyond even the strongest of shinobi. He was already dead. The Kage, due to their status, remained silent, perhaps even feeling a trace of pity. Another promising young shinobi lost to war. But their guards held no such sentiment, laughing and mocking their supposed victory. Ha! That fool is probably nothing but dust by now. Serves him right for running his mouth. Thinks he can take on 3 Kage? Pfft. Did he really believe he was Madara or Hashirama Reborn? What a joke! Yet in the midst of their laughter, a calm, almost confused voice rang out. So, was that your declaration of war? Their pupils shrank in shock as they turned to look. Obito stood there, completely unscathed. Not a scratch. Not even a speck of dust on his cloak. One guard stammered in disbelief. There's no whale? Obito casually dusted off his cloak, fastened it properly, and spread his arms. What's so strange about it? This is perfectly logical. Like hell it is. With a slow clap, his expression turned ice cold. Since you made the first move, now, it's my turn. Asterisk according to certain unofficial records, this battle became known as the First White Flag War. The devastatingly handsome Uchiha Obito single-handedly shattered the ambitions of 3 great villages, securing victory in the anti-invasion war and laying the foundation for future peace. Note, this history was written by Uchiha Obito. Chapter 251, 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. I'm just a passing Uchiha, remember that. With a clap of his hands, Obito's face was adorned with red-purple markings. Mount Myaboku plus Ryochi Cave equals cold-blooded sage mode. His pupils shifted into a horizontal line, then vertical, flickering back and forth before finally, under the pressure of 6 Tomo, reluctantly returning to normal. The moment sage mode activated, Obito no longer suppressed his presence. A terrifying aura erupted from him, surging outward like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. Under this overwhelming pressure, even the 3 Kage couldn't help but have drastic changes in expression. Such an immense and boundless chakra, how could a human possibly possess this? Is this guy a tailed beast? No, even a tailed beast shouldn't have such an absurd amount of chakra. At that moment, the ground beneath them trembled violently, the rumbling sound echoing endlessly. Behind the 3 Kage, a formidable force of 40,000 shinobi from the allied army had received the attack signal. They were advancing rapidly toward the battlefield. Brothers, charge! It's time for revenge. Even if I perish, I'll take the Konoha scum down with me. Kill the men of Konoha. Take their women. Hearing the deafening roar of their troops behind them, the 3 Kage felt a bit more at ease. Confidence returned to their faces. Young man, no matter how powerful you are, you're just a big wave in the ocean. But when thousands of waves unite into a tsunami, even if you can stir up a storm for a moment, in the end, you'll be swallowed whole. Human strength is limited, no matter how strong your fists are, they can't fight against an army. The iron tide behind us will drown you and crush Konoha into dust. Gazing at the overwhelming sea of banners before him, Obito paused for a moment. Never thought a mere shinobi skirmish would look this impressive. It's hard to imagine what ancient wars with hundreds of thousands of soldiers must have been like. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed those unnecessary thoughts. Now's not the time to get distracted. How should I deal with this army? They say 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands, well then. Sage Art, would release. With a thunderous clap, Obito activated would release, drew several thousand hands. Rumble. A tremor, far more intense than that of the Allied army's march, erupted across the battlefield. Many shinobi were momentarily confused, thinking, "Wow, our footsteps sound really imposing." But the next second, their expressions shifted from pride to utter horror. A colossal Buddha statue rose before them, its serene face towering over the battlefield. Behind it, thousands of enormous wooden arms stretched into the sky, blocking their path like an impenetrable wall. The statue, thousands of meters tall, cast a massive shadow that swallowed the battlefield whole. Holy shit! The allied shinobi were stunned. Even the Konoha forces were momentarily caught off guard. They had been ready to engage in a brutal battle under the Hokage's command. But now, an enormous wooden deity stood between them and the enemy, separating the two forces completely. "Isn't this the first Hokage's would release?" someone gasped. Yamato's expression was complicated as he nodded, sighing. "Yes, this is real would release." Kakashi's pupils shrank as he muttered in disbelief. "A technique of this scale, can a human even perform such a jutsu? How much chakra would this even require?" He exchanged glances with Yamato, and suddenly, a silent understanding passed between them. "What has blinded us?" "Jealousy." Naruto cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted. "Obito, you're insane, voice crack." Kushina promptly smacked him upside the head, scolding. "Naruto, watch your mouth, Databane." "And where did you even learn that phrase?" Naruto, rubbing the large lump forming on his head, mumbled tearfully. "Oh, Obito taught me, Databeo." Kushina clenched her fists, making a mental note to settle this with Obito later. This would release, it's already on par with the first Hokage's. The third Hokage, deeply shaken, turned to Minato and asked meaningfully. "Minato, you seemed unsurprised, did you know?" Minato, eyes fixed on the battlefield, nodded slightly. "Yeah, you could say that. After this battle, let Obito explain it to you himself." High above, standing atop the massive wooden statue, Obito glanced downward and immediately felt dizzy. "Damn. I might be afraid of heights. And I think there's a lack of oxygen up here too. Wait, Hashirama didn't have a Sharingan either. How did he see anything from this high up? Did he carry a telescope every time he fought Madara? Pfft, now that's a funny image. Alright, focus. Time to put on a show." Shaking off his thoughts, Obito leaped off the colossal Buddha. Suspended in the air above the army, he spread his arms dramatically and recited with deep emotion. "Those who do not understand pain cannot understand true peace. Now, let the world feel pain." His voice, amplified by chakra, echoed across the battlefield, reaching the ears of every single soldier. Dumbfounded silence followed. What the hell is this lunatic saying? Inoki, snapping out of his stupor, roared furiously. "That's the first Hokage's would release. Don't let him complete the technique, kill him now." Leading the charge, he fired off a dust release detachment of the primitive world technique straight at Obito's face. The army quickly followed, launching a barrage of ninjutsu in his direction. In an instant, the sky lit up with dazzling colors. The sheer variety of jutsu made the battlefield look oddly festive. However, regardless of type or strength, even the mightiest bloodline limits and Kekkei Toda. The moment they entered Obito's vicinity, they vanished. Within a 100-meter radius around him, ninjutsu simply ceased to exist. What the hell? Why can't we hit him? Hey, GM, I'm reporting a cheater. Inoki's face darkened. This is impossible. My dust release has failed, again? In his long life, his technique had only ever failed 3 times. And every single time, it was against an Uchiha. Obito, arms crossed like Madara, sighed with a hint of boredom. I get it now, Madara. This isn't even fun. Looking at the struggling enemy forces, he shook his head and spread his hands. There's no point. Against a pay-to-win player like me, you guys stand no chance. Alright, time to end this one-sided battle. Back atop the Buddha, Obito pressed his hands together and grinned. Transcendent Buddha! Thousands of massive fists descended, obliterating the allied army in an instant. The battlefield turned into a bloodbath. And so, the war was over before it even began. Chapter 252, Being a Good Guy is Hard. Obito felt a wave of boredom and emptiness wash over him. This is it? I barely even tried, and you're already down. He had been looking forward to unleashing a flashy combo, Susanoo wrapped around the Grey Buddha, raining down an unstoppable barrage. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. But before he could even get started, the enemy had already crumbled in mere seconds. What a letdown. Just then, a furious roar, like a wounded beast, shattered the battlefield's silence. Udhai! Dai! Obito turned to look. There, Inoki was soaring toward him, his expression twisted in rage, a dust release technique compressed between his hands. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Obito didn't move. Instead, he met Inoki's furious gaze and said calmly, "It's useless. Your darkness cannot consume mine." As if to prove his words. The dust release, a technique capable of disintegrating everything to the atomic level, passed straight through Obito's body without harming him in the slightest. It continued on, striking the land behind him, reducing an entire section of the forest to nothingness. I don't believe it! Inoki's eyes were bloodshot as he clawed wildly at the air, as if trying to grab hold of something that wasn't there. I refuse to believe I can't kill you today. He wouldn't accept it, he couldn't. But his efforts were futile. Obito stood before him like an illusion, a mirage, right in front of him, yet forever out of reach. I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Watching Inoki, jumping up and down in a futile attempt to strike him, Obito could only shake his head in exasperation. If you hadn't gotten in my way, you wouldn't have ended up like this. An overwhelming sense of helplessness, something he had never felt before, crushed Inoki. His strength drained from his body as he slumped onto the Grey Buddha's head, eyes empty, his mind lost in despair. Gone. It's all gone. Ha ha ha. Hee. Seeing Inoki crumble into broken laughter, utterly defeated, Obito felt not a shred of sympathy. His voice remained indifferent as he spoke. If you choose war, if you choose to take lives, then you must be prepared to lose your own. If you had been the one to win today, then the ones lying dead on the ground right now would be my friends and loved ones. If you can't handle losing, then why did you bet everything on this war in the first place? Ignoring Inoki, who was lost in his shattered world, Obito leapt down from the Great Buddha's head and landed in the middle of the battlefield. The once flat land was now completely unrecognizable. Craters of all sizes marred the ground, a testament to the destruction that had taken place. Blood and corpses littered the battlefield, severed limbs and broken bodies scattered as far as the eye could see. Faces twisted in agony. Screams of despair and sorrow echoed in his ears. The thick, suffocating stench of blood filled the air. This place is hell. Obito murmured, his voice laced with complicated emotions. The scene before him brought back memories, the pain of losing Rin. For a moment, he found himself lost in thought. That's enough. This ends here. Floating back into the air, he spread his arms wide, his expression solemn. That last attack should have made it clear. The difference in our strength is beyond measure. I do not wish to continue this slaughter. Leave now, I will spare your lives. His voice, amplified by chakra, spread across the battlefield. The surviving shinobi gripped their weapons tightly, their bloodshot eyes burning with rage as they glared at him. "Spare us? Quit acting like some benevolent savior. We don't need your mercy. Yeah. Take your fake kindness and shove it. Get down here and fight us to the death. You think using would release makes you some kind of god? Try fighting us with your bare hands if you dare." One particularly insightful shinobi sneered and said, "Listen up, everyone. That last attack was massive, he must have used up all his chakra. That's why he's pretending to be merciful. He's bluffing. He's got nothing left. If we all rush him now, we can avenge our fallen comrades." Huh. Obito blinked, feeling the completely replenished chakra within him. For a second, even he almost believed the guy's logic. "Charge!" At the sharp command, waves of shinobi surged toward him like a relentless tide, ready to drown him in sheer numbers. Amidst them stood two particularly eye-catching figures. The hulking, shirtless Raikage, his muscles bulging as he charged forward like a force of nature. And the elegant, yet imposing Kazekage, striding over the sands with effortless grace. I try to be sentimental for once, and this is the thanks I get? Scratching the back of his head, Obito sighed from the depths of his heart. Man, being a good guy is hard. But hey, at least I went through the motions. Now I can go all out with no regrets. A childlike grin spread across his face as he clapped his hands together. Would release, unlock the pants, deep forest emergence. The ground trembled violently as chakras surged forth. Kucha! 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 Massive trees, their gnarled roots twisting and thick trunks towering skyward, erupted from the battlefield. Within moments, an endless forest spread across the land. The insightful shinobi who had been so confident just seconds ago paled in horror. No way. His chakra should have been depleted. There's no way he could still unleash a jutsu of this scale. Thousands of enormous branches shot out, twisting toward the shinobi like a monstrous, living net. SHHHKKK. 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 The strongest among the three great villages immediately turned grim. Damn it! They poured all their strength into their techniques, desperately cutting down the incoming branches. Some managed to destroy dozens, even hundreds. But for every branch they severed, more would emerge, even stronger than before. Somewhere, a certain Earth-style shinobi with a twisted sense of humor smirked to himself. Break one branch? I'll grow 2 more. Break 10? I'll give you 100. Endless branches wove together, forming an inescapable cage of despair. Many shinobi began to regret their earlier bravado. Should have listened. Should have run when we had the chance. He was letting us go, and we just had to open our big mouths. And that loudmouth who said he was out of chakra. Yeah, he's dead now. And so are we. Aard. One by one, shinobi were impaled by the unrelenting branches. Or crushed beneath massive roots, their bones snapping like dry twigs. As their screams faded, their consciousness slipped away. Meanwhile, a towering, 200-meter-tall Susanoo moved through the endless forest, as if searching for something. Eventually, it stopped. A trembling figure stood before it, shaking like a leaf. Susanoo grinned, a smile that was meant to be kind, but on its monstrous face, it was nothing short of terrifying. Its voice rumbled with mock benevolence. Now then, shall we continue? Chapter 253, The Aftermath of Battle. Weren't you just itching for a real fight? Controlling his Susanoo, Obito slowly drew a colossal blade, easily 70 or 80 meters long. With a casual flourish, he twirled the massive sword and pointed it at the trembling ninja before him. I came all this way to grant your wish. Well then, draw your blade. What, am I supposed to thank you or something? The ninja, hands shaking, pulled out his own long blade and looked toward the source of the voice. But no matter how far back he craned his neck, he couldn't even see the top of Susanoo's head. His face twisted into despair. He's not even as tall as the thing's feet. How the hell is he supposed to fight this? Obito's voice drifted down from above, puzzled. Why aren't you attacking? Well, if you're going to be so polite, then I won't hold back. The enormous blade swung horizontally. With a wild cry, Obito began hacking away at the ninja below. One sword-style secret art, Lion's Requiem. Blinding arcs of sword energy slashed through the air. Wave after wave of sharp, cutting force surged toward the ninja, sending shivers down his spine. Even the sheer wind pressure from the descending blade nearly swept him off his feet. Faced with these monstrous attacks, all he could do was shut his eyes and pray for a quick and painless death. But then, silence. The howling wind faded. The ninja hesitantly opened his eyes. He was still alive. Dumbfounded, he glanced around. The ground beside him was carved into deep trenches, each several meters wide, but miraculously, he was completely unharmed. Thank God. Before he could finish his thought, an enormous foot came crashing down on him. Splat. Inside the cockpit of Susanoo, Obito muttered to himself. I'm not some kind of precision artist, you know. I just wanted to let him experience the highs and lows of life. Yeah, that's totally it. Meow. With his little favor completed, Obito dispelled Susanoo. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Wood release originated from the God Tree, and now, I share some of its traits. Maybe I should test something, see if I can absorb chakra through wood release? Obito had always been a man of action. Closing his eyes, he focused, attempting to connect his consciousness with the vast forest around him. Ha! After a few breaths, he entered a strange state. Every branch, every root within the forest became an extension of his senses and limbs. Under his control, they writhed in all directions, transmitting information back to him. Obito's eyes snapped open, filled with curiosity and discovery. Sensing through the trees, extending my own body, this means. His excitement grew. He rubbed his hands together impatiently. I need to wrap this up quickly and share this with Rinchan. Once again, he immersed himself in the forest, testing the God Tree's abilities. Absorbing chakra from fallen enemies and channeling it into himself. For humanitarian reasons, Obito only targeted the dead. Chakra doesn't immediately disperse after death, after all. Siphoning chakra from the living, leading to their painful demise, that was a line he wasn't willing to cross. Killing them first, then taking their chakra? That was acceptable. Otherwise, even he would feel guilty about it. Gulp, gulp. Under his control, the branches slowly extracted chakra from the corpses. Through an intricate network of roots stretching across the land, all of it was funneled into Obito's body. It actually works. At first, Obito was ecstatic. But after a moment of careful sensing, his excitement faded into a frown. There was an unavoidable loss of energy during the transfer. By the time the chakra reached him, only about 40 or 50% of the original amount remained. This efficiency is garbage. Obito muttered. I just drained over 1,000 units of chakra, and I'm left with barely half? Damn it, this is worse than system taxes. Unjustly slandered, the system protested in his mind. Ding! Host, mind your words. This system has always been fair and honest in business transactions. Obito scratched his head, sighing. Yeah, of course, you're the best, my dear system. Moi. The system, now using a sultry big sister voice, scoffed. Humph. Always insincere. Obito rolled his Rinnegan eyes. Think what you want. Not my problem. The system let out a dramatic, sorrowful laugh. I finally let my heart flutter for once, and you crush me so completely. Obito couldn't be bothered anymore and simply muted the system. His eyes landed on his system panel, a small glint of anticipation surfacing. After partially devouring the 10 tails, his chakra reserves had already exceeded 8,000 units. Chapter 238 previously stated over 1,000, but this has now been corrected to several thousand. So today, will I finally break past 5 figures? Meanwhile, far away, a monk clad in a white haori came to a halt. Removing his black hood, he gazed in the direction of the battlefield. From the front, his hairstyle looked like something out of a traditional comedy skit. But make no mistake, he was ahead of the curve. Not only did he sport a long braid at the back of his head, but he also wore red accessories on his neck and wrists. His nails were painted black, a red sash cinched his waist, and red earrings dangled from his ears. So out of date it had circled back to being fashionable. Under his left eye, a Roman numeral 4 was tattooed, and on his chin, a black diamond-shaped marking. The mark of karma. His identity was obvious. Akatsuki Ishiki's vessel, Jigen. Or rather, the human shell hosting Ishiki himself. Ishiki's eyes glinted with intrigue. That energy surge just now, was that the 10 tails? Did Kaguya finally break free? Heh. Seems like it's worth investigating. Even farther away, a drifting chakra signature suddenly trembled. A violent ripple ran through it, revealing the unease within the consciousness it carried. The 10 tails, appearing now. I must see for myself. In the next instant, the chakra burst forward at an impossible speed. Like a streak of light invisible to ordinary eyes, it shot toward the battlefield. Chapter 254, Overconfident Kage. The rustling of towering pine trees filled the air, casting long shadows as they swayed. A figure, like a streak of blue lightning, suddenly dropped from the treetops. Reiki's eyes burned red with fury, locked onto his target with an unyielding gaze. The man before him, his hands stained with the blood of countless Kumogakure shinobi, was the butcher responsible for slaughtering thousands. He had to die. With a sudden burst of speed, Reiki flickered behind Obito in the blink of an eye, roaring with rage. Lightning chop! A violent gust, crackling with lightning chakra, surged from his palm. With a deafening sizzle, his hand came crashing down toward the unsuspecting Obito. As his attack closed in, a look of satisfaction spread across Reiki's face. Even if the first Hokage himself were alive, there's no way he could dodge at this range. Die, brat! Consider it an honor to fall by my hand. Join the sons of Kumogakure in the afterlife. But at that very moment, everything changed. Sigma, asterisk, Nani? As if watching a nightmare unfold, Reiki's eyes widened in disbelief. His devastating chop had passed straight through Obito's body, like slicing through air. His heart sank. His attack had missed. And with the momentum of his strike, his body was still lunging forward, unable to stop. Like a phantom, Obito appeared beside him, his voice low and eerie. Sorry, but it's time to say goodbye. Twisting his body, Obito swung his leg in a brutal arc, slamming his shin into Reiki's stomach. Lava style. Molten chakra instantly corroded and tore through A's lightning armor. A monstrous force, heavier than a mountain, crashed into him. Boom! Crack! A shockwave erupted as Reiki was sent flying. He crashed through branch after branch, before finally slamming into the ground, limbs splayed out in all directions. Obito smirked in satisfaction. The timing and angle of that kick were perfect. Madara's training really paid off. A simple, unremarkable jutsu like this would have never been able to harm the Reiki in the past. Since this involves chakra nature transformation, it qualifies as either ninjutsu or taijutsu. Obito let out a quiet sigh. Madara was right. There are no useless jutsu, only useless shinobi. He turned to look at the Reiki, who was struggling to push himself up but failing miserably. Obito could feel it. The difference in strength. A few years ago, he had been evenly matched with Reiki. But now, a single move was all it took to send him crashing to the ground. Sensing something, Obito lifted his head. From above, a massive wave of golden sand surged forward. Standing atop the rolling dunes was Raza, his cold eyes locked onto Obito. Suspended in the air around him were dozens of razor-sharp spears made of pure gold dust. Raising a single hand, he clenched his fingers slightly. Magnet style, gold dust imperial burial. At his command, the golden spears shot toward Obito in a deadly barrage. But that wasn't all. The shifting sands beneath Obito's feet sharpened into slicing blades, forming an inescapable death trap. Ever felt yourself shattering? Seeing Obito ensnared in his golden sand, Raza smirked cruelly. Within my gold dust prison, you'll be torn apart, piece by piece. Your body will be broken. Your soul will be shattered. Until nothing remains of you but dust, lost to the deserts of Sunagakure. This is your fate. Sigh. These Kage are so average, yet so confident. Obito chuckled, shaking his head. Have they been in power for so long that they're drowning in their own delusions of past glory? How foolish. This era no longer belongs to you. The new age is mine. The era of Uchiha Obito. Surrounded by golden dust and flashing blades, Obito leisurely dusted off his sleeve, clicking his tongue. From a professional standpoint, your speech just now lacked structure and depth. This brat. Raza seethed. His fury ignited, he raised both hands high and roared. Magnet style, grand gold dust funeral. Like a raging tidal wave, golden sand engulfed Obito, forming a towering tornado of pure destruction. The spiraling force of the gold dust was powerful enough to crush steel into nothingness. Yet even as he was swallowed by the storm, Obito remained perfectly calm. And yet, from an artistic perspective, your performance had great visual appeal. Deidara would have liked it. Raza's veins bulged as he let out a furious scream. Magnet style, golden sand tsunami. Die already! Why? Why does he keep slipping through my magnet release? What kind of ability is this? How does it work? How do I counter it? As if phasing out of existence, Obito emerged effortlessly from the golden tornado. Silently, he appeared behind Raza and patted him on the shoulder. All in all, your performance wasn't bad. You just had the misfortune of facing me. What? A cold chill shot down Raza's spine. His head snapped around, only to be met with Obito's infuriating smirk. Taijutsu, basic kick. Raza was sent flying. Boom! Crack! Since Raza had a weaker constitution, Obito had been careful not to use lava release. Wouldn't want to accidentally kill him, after all. These two still have a role to play later. With perfect precision, Obito's kick sent Raza crashing straight into Reikage, who had just managed to sit up. Once again, it was knocked flat. Meanwhile, on the Fire Country border. After taking care of business, Obito controlled the massive wooden Buddha to march toward the forest's edge. At the same time, he deconstructed and reshaped it, blending it into the surrounding trees. Even with his abundance of chakra, wastefulness was not an Uchiha virtue. Recycling was an important part of the shinobi way. When the towering statue finally vanished, revealing the vast forest beyond, the Konoha shinobi could only gape in awe. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hide his astonishment. To alter the terrain across hundreds of miles. This child's would release is no weaker than the first Hokage's. Yet behind those words, his true thoughts ran deeper. No! His would release has already surpassed the first Hokage's. How? Why can Obito use would release? Obito, it's simple. Just imagine yourself as a tree, bury your feet in the soil, and sunbathe for half an hour each day. And how has he refined it to this extent? Hiruzen puffed his pipe, his curiosity reaching unbearable levels. He glanced at Minato, who seemed lost in thought. That brat, keeping secrets from me, huh? Just wait until we get back. Let's see how you explain this one, Minato. As those thoughts played in his mind, Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Chapter 255, this ends here. The atmosphere in Konoha was filled with joy and celebration. In stark contrast, the mood among the allied forces of the three villages was one of despair and sorrow. Within Konoha's ranks, thanks to some accidental spreading of information by those in the know, everyone was now aware of what had happened. "This is great! We don't have to go to war. I ain't afraid of dying, but I got 2 kids to take care of." "Who isn't?" "I've got 4 or 5 wives at home waiting for me to feed them." "Wait, something about that doesn't sound right." "All I'm saying is, we owe it all to Obito-sama. He saved us from a full-scale war." Yeah. Even back when we were on the brink of war with Kumogakure 5 or 6 years ago, Obito-sama was the one who stepped in and resolved the crisis." "That's right. He's truly worthy of being the 4th Hokage's student, a young hero through and through." A male shinobi in the crowd spoke with heartfelt admiration. "If you ask me, Obito already has the bearing of a Hokage. The position of 5th Hokage should be his, no doubt about it." But the female shinobi beside him wasn't having any of that. She immediately shot back in protest. "Obito is indeed outstanding, but Kakashi is the best choice for 5th Hokage. Besides, Konoha has never had a Uchiha Hokage before." The male shinobi scoffed. "So what if there's no precedent? Precedents are meant to be broken. Obito has saved my life twice. I don't care what anyone says, I'm standing by him." The female shinobi was so frustrated that her cheeks puffed up like a little dumpling. She turned to a certain pineapple-headed shinobi, dragging him into the argument in exasperation. "Shikaku-sama, you tell us, who's the better choice for Hokage, Obito or Kakashi?" "How troublesome." Shikaku sighed internally. "How does something like this end up on my plate?" With his hands behind his head, he lazily replied, his expression that of a true slacker. "You're both wasting your breath. The 2 of them are closer than brothers, so they wouldn't fight over the Hokage seat. If anything, they'd probably spend all their time trying to push each other into the position." The male and female shinobi exchanged glances, dumbfounded. "Wait, seriously? No way!" Similar discussions about Obito were happening all throughout the Konoha ranks. Obito's reputation +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Meanwhile, Naruto stood beside Itachi, practically vibrating with excitement as he tugged at his sleeve. "Did you see that? 1 versus 7? Obito is way too strong, Databeo." To Itachi, it felt like a buzzing golden-haired fly was circling around him, droning incessantly in his ear. With a flick of his wrist, he swatted Naruto's hand away and said flatly, "Naruto, when I'm working under my Umbu identity, don't call me by name." Naruto immediately threw an arm around Itachi's shoulder, grinning. "Oh, come on, lighten up. 1 versus 7. Like wearing a mask would actually make people not recognize you." 3 dark lines appeared on Itachi's forehead as he cast a dangerous glance at Naruto. "One of these nights when the moon is dark, I should lure him out and hit him with Amaterasu." Completely oblivious to the impending threat, Naruto continued laughing. 1 versus 7. You think I'll ever catch up to Obito? Maybe even surpass him? Itachi tilted his head, appearing deep in thought. Then, under Naruto's expectant gaze, he calmly answered. "In your next life, maybe." "Ah, Databeo." Naruto shook Itachi's shoulder vigorously, much to his growing irritation. "Naruto! 1 versus 7. Their rowdy antics were observed by a floating, formless mass of chakra hovering not far away. The chakra wavered slightly, transmitting emotions of relief and contentment. "Indra. Ashura. You too, finally." The proud older brother and his foolish, troublesome younger sibling, after countless reincarnations, they had finally reconciled and acknowledged each other. With this weight lifted, the chakra became even lighter, dissolving into an invisible stream of light that drifted further away. In the endless green forest, Obito stood before the 2 Kage, looking down at them from above. "Kazekage, Reikage, it's time to accept reality. If I hadn't let you 2 approach just now, you wouldn't have even touched the hem of my cloak." Wait, did they even get close enough to touch his cloak? The Rakich's eyes were wide with fury, his massive chest heaving. Brat, I admit defeat, he growled. But don't get cocky. If you're gonna kill me, then do it already. Hurry up. Obito gave him a thumbs up, his expression sincere. Yash. You've got spirit. Compared to the Rakich's defiance, Raza appeared far more subdued. He didn't shout or struggle. Instead, he silently observed Obito, lost in thought. Seeing the conversation stall, Obito crouched down, exhaling in mild exasperation. I told you, I don't want unnecessary bloodshed. But you just had to push me. Now, so many have died. Are you satisfied? A chance. A sharp glint flashed in the Rakich's eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged, lightning crackling around his hand as he aimed straight for Obito. Lariat! Obito simply raised a hand, his voice calm. Shinra Tensei. A devastating force erupted from him, sending the Rakich flying. Guh! Coughing up blood, the Rakich crashed into a massive tree. Before he could fall, branches snaked around him, lowering him slowly before Obito once more. Watching the defeated Rakich, Obito's lips curled into a mocking smile. Challenging a god is foolish. No matter how strong you are, nothing will change. So many have died already. His voice was quiet, almost solemn. I say, this ends here. The Rakich's bloodshot eyes glared at him, his voice a low growl. You killed so many of Kumogakure's warriors, and now you think you can just say this ends here and be done with it? A true warrior would rather die than surrender. Even if we're crushed to dust, even if our blood soaks the battlefield. Kumogakure will never bow to you. We will fight until our last breath. At that moment, a weakened Raza managed to stand, staggering toward the Rakich. He placed a trembling hand on his shoulder, a bitter smile on his face. There's no point in further sacrifice. We are simply no match for him. Chapter 256, The Mysterious Summons. Obito nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, someone nearby was racking their brain for a fitting quote. Yeah, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Wait, can a little brother be both big and small? Is that really how the saying goes? Something feels off. His reservoir of proverbs ran dry after just 2 attempts. Obito gave up, coughed twice, and said, anyway, enough people have died today. Let's call a ceasefire, everyone, he stated seriously. Under the merciful 1,000-palmed assault from the Buddha statue just moments ago, over half of the allied 3-village army had been wiped out. Then, a single super gentle birth of the world of trees followed, reaping nearly 10,000 more lives. The once mighty force of 40,000 shinobi had stormed in with overwhelming momentum. Now, it was questionable whether they even had enough survivors left to break 5 digits. Raza, while calming the enraged Rakichi, turned to Obito with a puzzled expression. Why? He asked. You clearly had the chance to annihilate us completely. Why hold back? Aren't you afraid that leaving us alive will pose a future threat to Konoha? At those words, Obito placed his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you joking? He rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. Let me put it this way. That level of jutsu I used just now? I can throw out 7 or 8 of them in a row if I want. If I really wished to, I could flatten the entire shinobi world in a single day. So tell me, what do I have to be afraid of? As long as I, Obito, am alive, no war will ever reach Konoha, and you all won't pose any threat at all. Besides, I'll easily live for another 800 or 1,000 years, sending you lot off won't be a problem at all. The sheer confidence in Obito's words left both Raza and the Rakichi silent. Given what they had just witnessed, it was hard to argue against him. As for why I'm sparing you, Obito trailed off, then shrugged. Forget it. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Let's just move on to the next phase. Ding! Obito snapped his fingers. A frail old man, bound tightly by wooden branches, was suddenly delivered before the three of them. Lord Suchikage, you should hear what I have to say next as well. Inoki was still in a daze. His eyes flickered between fury, confusion, and sorrow as he stared at Obito. You, let me down first, he rasped, his voice hoarse. After all, he was still hanging upside down, suspended in the air by the branches. Obito gave a small nod and snapped his fingers again. The branches instantly loosened. Thunk! Inoki, top-heavy and off-balance, fell in a heap. His head crashed straight into the ground, burying itself in the dirt. Ugh! Bhhh. Damn, my memory. Seeing this, Obito smacked his forehead and hurried forward, feeling slightly guilty. He grabbed Inoki's short legs and yanked him out of the ground in one swift motion. Apologies, Lord Suchikage. I forgot I drained your chakra. Inoki's wrinkled face flushed red as he gasped for air, trying to recover from nearly suffocating in the dirt. Suchikage almost dying from being buried alive. That's definitely making the shinobi world headlines. Dusting off his clothes with an annoyed expression, Inoki was already thinking about how to kill this brat. Ahem. Obito's gaze swept over the three Kage, his expression serious. I'm willing to negotiate a ceasefire on behalf of Konoha, he declared. But let me make one thing clear. Forgiveness does not mean indulgence. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. You must acknowledge your defeat and sign a peace treaty with Konoha. Inoki jerked his head up at that. If we sign it, you'll let my people go? He asked sharply. Obito nodded solemnly. That's right. And the terms won't be overly harsh. I can personally guarantee that. As long as you no longer set your sights on Konoha, we can coexist in peace. The three Kage exchanged glances, seeing the same uncertainty in each other's eyes. They had expected Obito to make outrageous demands. If their roles were reversed. Forget outrageous demands, they wouldn't have left any survivors at all. So why? In the end, it was simply a matter of perspective and scale. Obito's vision was vastly different from theirs. From his point of view, the conflicts between shinobi villages were nothing more than petty skirmishes, mere child's play. Tens of thousands of deaths? Meaningless. The true enemy of mankind was the Akatsuki, the so-called gods who could wipe out all of humanity. From a strategic standpoint, keeping the three Kage and their villages intact was far more beneficial. Not to mention, there was another crucial reason. Perhaps because he wasn't a fully realized Ten-Tails Jinchuriki yet, his chakra absorption and conversion rate were too inefficient. I represent Iwagakure, Inoki finally spoke. I accept your terms. Moments later, Raza followed suit. I, too, agree. Sunagakure will sign the peace treaty with Konoha. A long silence stretched. The Raikage glared daggers at Obito, gritting his teeth as if he wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. Kumogakure will do the same, he spat. A satisfied grin spread across Obito's face. He burst into laughter. Good. I've already released my hold over the forest. Go and gather your remaining forces. I'll be waiting here. Oh, and a little friendly advice, don't get any funny ideas. Obito's harmless smile sent a shiver down Raza's spine. As the three Kage left, Obito sighed. Even now, war has never truly ended. But that doesn't mean we should lose hope. Step by step, we'll move forward. Just then, an overwhelming surge of chakra rippled through the air. It was as if something was trying to rip Obito's consciousness straight from his body. For a brief moment, he froze. Then, he smirked and stopped resisting, allowing the chakra to do as it pleased. His vision blurred for a split second. Drip! The sound of water droplets echoed in the silence. When Obito opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a dimly lit space. The floor was covered in shallow pools of water, yet his clothes remained perfectly dry. Just as I thought. Now this is interesting. Ha ha ha. Amused, he immediately slipped into character. He moved his limbs sluggishly, glanced at his arms, and muttered in a dazed voice. Am I dead? So suddenly. Did those three sneak attack me? At that moment, a deep, withered voice rang out, filled with a magnetic resonance. What do you think death is? Your view on mortality seems quite different from that of my era. Obito flinched, startled by the voice. He scrambled to his feet, scanning his surroundings warily. Who's there? Chapter 257, I am the Savior. You're really just throwing around the idea of your own death like that? Stay positive, kid. Obito followed the voice and turned his gaze toward its source. Seated cross-legged atop floating truth-seeking orbs was a mysterious figure, his back facing Obito. The man had brown hair, horns protruding from his forehead, and held a six-path staff in one hand. He was dressed in flowing white robes, adorned with a red spiral pattern on his back and a set of 9 black tomo arranged in a grid. Obito knew exactly who he was, but he still asked in a confused tone. Who are you? That is indeed a question, the figure answered solemnly. To be honest, I always worry whether the name I give matches the one the world has passed down. The 9 truth-seeking orbs behind him rotated slowly. Then, turning with deliberate grandeur, he declared with unwavering dignity. I am the embodiment of peace and order, Hagoromo. Obito stared blankly at him, his expression clearly saying, and who the hell is that? Hagoromo let out a deep sigh. That reaction. I suppose I should have expected it. Suddenly, Obito pressed one foot against the ground, covered his face with his hand, and struck a dramatic pose straight out of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Embodiment of peace and order, huh? Nice to meet you. I am the embodiment of both beauty and wisdom, a hero of justice and chivalry, the one and only Obito. Hagoromo. I spoke too soon. I did not see that coming. Obito dropped the exaggerated stance and looked at Hagoromo with a serious expression. Where is this place? And, old man, why do you have the Rinnegan? Hagoromo chuckled lightly, regaining his composure. This is your mental realm. And as for me, I am what your people have come to call. Before he could finish, Obito smacked his forehead and pointed at him in realization. I got it! You're one of those aliens, aren't you? 3 black lines appeared on Hagoromo's forehead. You're being a little too disrespectful, don't you think? What do you mean, alien? I am an ancient monk who died long ago. My lingering chakra exists only to watch over this world in silence. You may have heard of me by another name, the Sage of 6 Paths, founder of Ninshu. Obito rubbed his hands together, his face filled with disbelief. The legendary ancestor of all shinobi? The one who created all ninjutsu? That Sage of 6 Paths? Hagoromo struck the ground with his staff, his face darkening in displeasure. Not ninjutsu, but Ninshu, he corrected firmly. Ninshu was meant to spread hope, not be confused with the war-driven art of ninjutsu. Chakra was supposed to be a power that connected people's hearts, not a weapon used to oppress the weak. His voice carried a sharp intensity, and his imposing presence surged toward Obito like a tidal wave. However, Obito remained unfazed, his eyes locking onto Hagoromo's. I understand your perspective. I really do, he said earnestly. But that's just your idealistic vision. Maybe, at the very beginning, people did treat chakra as a force of connection. But now, everyone sees it as a weapon. If that's the reality, don't you think the problem lies somewhere deeper? Hagoromo studied Obito carefully before nodding thoughtfully. It seems you are not as foolish as you first appeared. After all, someone who has wielded a fragment of the Ten Tails' power and annihilated tens of thousands of enemies in a single battle couldn't possibly be simple-minded. Very well, then. Drop the act. Speak to me honestly. Obito let out a small laugh, scratching the back of his head before giving a slight bow. All right then, if that's what you want, I'll be direct. Hagoromo held his staff horizontally in front of him, his voice solemn. Do you realize that you narrowly avoided a catastrophe? If you had slaughtered all 40,000 of those soldiers, I, Hagoromo, would have done everything in my power to seal you away. But after witnessing what you chose to do in the end, I have decided to give you a chance to explain yourself. Obito, hearing Hagoromo's confident tone, smirked to himself. Old man, you have no idea. My Tsukuyami is the perfect counter to beings like you. If I wanted to, I could have sent you off for a long overdue family reunion with your mother just now. The only reason I didn't absorb you outright is that it wouldn't have been worth it. Plus, you actually seem like a decent guy. Out of respect for the elderly, he chose not to bring this up. After all, the Sage of Six Paths was an ancient figure. Wouldn't want to embarrass the guy. What exactly do you want to hear? Obito asked, spreading his hands. Hagoromo's gaze sharpened as he sat up straight. What is it that you seek? What do you hope to achieve at the end of this war? I want your most honest answer. Obito had asked himself this question countless times. He already knew the answer, deep in his heart. Without hesitation, he declared, Peace. Everything I do is for the sake of peace. The purpose of power is to protect those who must be protected. Hagoromo's expression wavered slightly. He could tell Obito was speaking from the heart. His view on peace is somewhat twisted, but, in some ways, it aligns with my own. A strange force, perhaps the aura of respect for one's elders, softened Hagoromo's wariness. There seems to be a guiding principle behind your actions, he observed. Is it because of your belief in peace? Obito nodded, his face set with determination, reminiscent of Naruto's. You may not be aware of this, but two looming threats hang over the shinobi world. One is your mother, Kaguya Akatsuki. She intends to overthrow the current order and resurrect herself. The other is the Akatsuki clan, those godlike beings capable of invading our world at any moment, spelling the end of human civilization. A flicker of surprise crossed Hagoromo's eyes. He unconsciously leaned forward. You know more than I expected, young one. Obito's serious expression melted into a playful grin as he pointed at himself. Oh, did I forget to mention? I have another title. I'm the savior personally chosen by the great Toad Sage, the one destined to save the world from disaster. Hagoromo's eyes widened in understanding. Then, his expression turned, complicated. Humph. Gamamaru, that old fool. He muttered to himself, his tone unreadable. That guy just loves orchestrating these savior narratives, doesn't he? Hagoromo's feelings toward the great Toad Sage were mixed. The sage had helped him once, preventing his mother from offering the divine tree's power to an unknown force and guiding him toward the path of love. But in hindsight, Hagoromo couldn't shake the feeling that he had been played. Had Gamamaru not intervened, perhaps things with his mother wouldn't have escalated so drastically. Perhaps he could have found a better way. Perhaps Kaguya would have let go of her obsession with power. Chapter 258, No Cheat Codes for Me. Hagoromo calmed his turbulent thoughts and gently tapped his staff against the ground. Go on, young one. Obito gave a slight nod, his tone filled with both emotion and sorrow. As you can see, even in these dire times, the shinobi world is still consumed by internal strife. I believe the current situation is bleak, it's a crisis both within and without. The only way to resist external threats is to unify the shinobi world with an iron hand. Hagoromo nodded at Obito's words, parting his lips to speak. But Obito didn't give him the chance. He continued, rambling on without pause. Your original intent was noble, you wanted chakra to connect people's hearts, to forge bonds, and guide the world toward peace. But over time, the shinobi sect has deviated from your expectations, and today's shinobi villages are nothing but twisted, malformed creations. Why did this happen? Well, allow me to explain. Let's start with social ideology. It was like a political history lecture. Obito delved into the relationship between systems, policies, and efficiency with surprising clarity. A rapid-fire recitation of key points mixed with persuasive rhetoric left Hagoromo momentarily stunned. Despite being a wise sage with over 1,000 years of experience. In the world of Naruto, where the social structure was relatively simple, Hagoromo's insights in this area might not even surpass Obito, a seasoned manipulator of events. In the end, all that's needed is a decisive and sweeping reform to eradicate the deep-rooted issues. Obito concluded his speech and looked at Hagoromo, his gaze inquiring. "What do you think?" Hamura, standing nearby, closed his gaping mouth with a hand and said with a wry smile, "Your ideas are innovative and unconventional. I have nothing to say." A small smirk formed at the corner of Obito's lips. He knew Hagoromo had acknowledged his ideology. Just a little more. Maybe I can convince him to lend me his power. Hagoromo, of course, had no idea what was running through Obito's mind. He simply shifted into a more comfortable sitting position and said, "Now then, tell me about the 10 tails." Obito, mimicking Hagoromo's posture, sat cross-legged and began. "All right, Elder, here's how it is." Details omitted. A blend of truth and well-crafted embellishments. Once again, Obito managed to earn Hagoromo's favor. You actively protected the Jinchuriki, sought mutual understanding with others, and willingly shared your strength. You have done well, young one. Hagoromo smiled warmly in praise. Though this wasn't exactly the process I had envisioned, the outcome seems acceptable. Indra and Azura have accepted each other, and Black Zetsu's schemes have been completely foiled. Seeing the smile appear on Hagoromo's face, Obito sensed an opportunity. Testing the waters, he spoke. "Hagoromo-sama, I know you have a deep love for humanity and this world. Will you lend us your aid in fighting the Akatsuki clan?" Hagoromo shook his head, still wearing a faint smile. "I am but a monk long since departed from the living. How could I interfere in the conflicts of the present world?" If I hadn't seen Naruto, I might have actually believed him. Though he had expected this response. Obito couldn't help but roast him internally. With a fawning smile, he adjusted his approach. "I understand your aversion to war. Then, would you be willing to lend me your power?" Before he could finish, he noticed the smile on Hagoromo's face vanish. "Welp, guess I'm not getting a cheat code after all. Whatever. With my talent and hard work, I don't need external crutches anyway." Quickly switching gears, Obito earnestly continued. "Then, please lend your power to my 2 dear friends, Uchiha Itachi and Namake's Naruto." Consciousness returned to his body. Obito stretched out his stiff limbs and let out a lazy yawn. As expected, cheat codes are reserved for the creator's favorites. Meanwhile, in Konoha's ranks, Naruto and Itachi suddenly lost consciousness. With a thud, they collapsed simultaneously. The surrounding shinobi erupted into panic. What happened? Is it an enemy attack? I don't know. Get some medics over here, now. Somebody help. Separate them first. No good, Naruto's clutching too tightly, we can't pull them apart. Back on Obito's side. As he watched with a smirk, the 3 Kage approached, each leading a small squad. They're here, boys. Obito grinned. The Raikage let out a heavy humph and turned his head away. The others didn't bother hiding their disdain. Their expressions ranged from furious to indifferent. Not that Obito cared. He simply shrugged and said, "All right, folks, follow me. We're heading to Konoha for a little chat. A friendly reminder, keep your emotions in check. Otherwise, if a misunderstanding leads to someone dying, that's on you." A few wore faces of suppressed anger. But after some hushed words from their comrades, they reluctantly swallowed it down. The group crossed into the land of fire, drawing ever closer to Konoha's forces. Konoha responded quickly. Hiruzen led Inoichi, Choza, Shikaku, and over a dozen others to meet them. With a cheeky grin, Obito gave them a respectful nod. "Third Sama, esteemed elders, long time no see. I have not disappointed. I've successfully convinced the three Kage to surrender through sheer logic and reason. At those words, both Konoha's side and the defeated coalition forces all wore incredibly complex expressions, each reaction more amusing than the last. Through logic and reason? Convinced to surrender? Sure, if that makes you happy. I did not surrender. The Raikage raged internally. This is called an emergency retreat. Hiruzen stepped forward, gripping Obito's shoulders with excitement, at a loss for words. After all, Obito had grown up under his watch. To see the boy he once mentored now single-handedly turn the tide of war. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't be prouder. Thank goodness I didn't act rashly back then. Danzo, you almost doomed all of Konoha. Danzo, I'm dead, and you're still pinning the blame on me? Obito stood there, smiling as Hiruzen continued his heartfelt gesture. In his youth, Hiruzen had personally guided his training, though their relationship had turned sour over the years. Obito still acknowledged that kindness. Scanning the group, he asked curiously, "Third Sama, where's Minato-sensei?" Hiruzen leaned in and whispered. Naruto and Itachi suddenly collapsed. "Minato is tending to them right now." Obito immediately understood, nodding to himself. Tisk, Sage of Six Paths, moves fast, already handing out cheat codes to his Chapter 259, The Surprise That Shocked Obito. At this moment, both Naruto and Itachi, who had fainted, were in their respective consciousness spaces, activating their external buffs. The Sage of Six Paths was present in both spaces simultaneously, asking them the same question. "So, what is your answer?" Without hesitation, Naruto and Itachi spoke in unison within their consciousness. "I will fight alongside. I will stand with Naruto to protect this world together." Hagoromo smiled with satisfaction, raising both hands. "Good! Then I shall entrust both the power and the responsibility of safeguarding this world to you, my two young warriors." Itachi and Naruto each placed a hand on Hagoromo's outstretched palms. An immense force of yin and yang surged into their bodies. Looking at their youthful faces, Hagoromo saw the reflections of Indra and Azura. "What you do from here, and what fate awaits you, will be entirely up to you," he murmured softly. "I have always been proud of you too. Do not disappoint me again." Then, the chakra belonging to the Sage of Six Paths abruptly vanished, and he once again embarked on his solitary journey. "I shall walk from south to north, through light and darkness. No one will see me, no one will know my name." Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Naruto and Itachi regained consciousness at the same time. Both of them opened their eyes instantly and locked gazes. "Naruto! Itachi, what the hell?" It was then that Naruto realized. For some reason, he was lying on top of Itachi, his arms tightly wrapped around him. Startled, he quickly let go and pushed himself up with his hands, flipping off the temporary stretcher in a swift motion. Fugaku, who had been standing nearby, let out a sigh of relief. "You two finally woke up. Minato and I were worried sick just now. Not just about your safety, but also about, well, your preferences." Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Sorry for worrying you, Databeo." Then, he glanced around, searching for his father. "Wait, Fugaku-sama, where's my dad?" Fugaku pointed toward a nearby tent, lowering his voice. "Your father is currently in negotiations with the three Kage regarding the ceasefire agreement. He asked me to stay here and watch over you too." Then, his gaze flickered to Itachi, his voice trailing off. "By the way, what exactly happened to you two just now?" Turning fully toward Itachi, Fugaku examined his son carefully. And that was when he noticed the faint blush on Itachi's face. "No!" More importantly, he noticed his son's left eye, now deeper and more intricate, the number of tomo having doubled. Fugaku's expression turned to shock, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Itachi! Your eyes, what happened?" Itachi calmly touched his left eye and replied in an even tone. Father, it's a long story. Inside the Hokage's grand war tent, Obito sat cross-legged on a cushion, his chin resting lazily in his palm, looking utterly bored. He watched as the high-ranking figures around him argued fiercely over the terms of the agreement, their heated debates turning their faces red. Now that I think about it. Obito suddenly sat up straight, his eyes widening in realization. He covered his face with his hand, sighing in exasperation. He had just remembered the promise he made before leaving for the battlefield. I'm just going to scout the situation. It's not like anyone will even notice I was there. Muttering to himself in a low voice, he groaned. Damn. I totally jinxed myself. Just then. Impossible. 10 billion Ryo in reparations? That's outrageous. You're trying to strong-arm us. The Raikage's furious roar snapped Obito out of his thoughts. Obito smirked, his tone laced with mockery as he interjected. Seriously, Lord Raikage? Don't tell me Kumogakure can't even afford a measly 10 billion Ryo? The Raikage's expression flickered between shame and rage. But surprisingly, he didn't refute the claim. Seeing this, Obito raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Wait, this brute's reaction. Kumogakure really can't afford it? No way! In Obito's mind, even his newly established Yoru village had already built up a near 10-figure revenue. He had assumed that. TCH. No wonder they were so eager to start a war. Turns out they were running out of money. How pathetic. Not only did they fail to make a profit, but now they're going broke from paying reparations. Ha ha ha. After a long and heated debate, the major figures reached a preliminary agreement on 3 key terms. All villages shall maintain eternal peace and friendship with Konoha, which is, of course, just lip service, until they regain power. Within 3 years, each village must pay Konoha 5 billion Ryo in reparations, with a minimum annual payment of 1 billion Ryo. Each village must publicly apologize to Konoha, and the 3 Kage responsible for this war must step down within 6 months. At this point, the core framework was finalized. Though the 3 Kage had some grievances, they could barely accept these terms. As for stepping down, that was just a formality. Once they returned to their villages, they could simply install a puppet leader and continue ruling from behind the scenes. Just like a certain strongest Hokage. Without wasting another second, the 3 Kage stormed out, clearly unwilling to stay a moment longer. As for the finer details of the agreement, the bureaucrats could handle those. Watching the 3 of them leave in disgrace, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe with a smug expression. After this battle, Konoha will be the most powerful hidden village in the world. Tobarama-sensei, my students and their students have not failed your expectations. Speaking of which, I still need to ask Obito about how he developed. Scanning the room, Hiruzen suddenly realized. Obito was gone. All that remained in his seat was an empty outline of where he had been sitting. Hiruzen's face twitched slightly as he took another slow puff of his pipe. When did that kid leave? I didn't sense a thing. Back in Konoha, Obito's home. A certain street punk suddenly burst through the door, calling out. Grandma! I'm home! The old woman stepped out of the house, but instead of smiling at her grandson's return, she grabbed his hand with a worried expression. Obito, you came back just in time. It sounds like a war is about to start. Hurry and go help your Uncle Kawa. Damn, that scared me. Obito internally sighed in relief, his tense face instantly relaxing. So that's why Grandma wasn't smiling when she saw me, she was worried about this. Phew! At least she doesn't know I went out there and picked up another grandpa. Patting his grandmother's hand, Obito puffed out his chest and declared proudly. Grandma, that's exactly why I came back, to tell you the war is over. We won! Your grandson single-handedly scared them all away. Hearing that Konoha had emerged victorious, Grandma finally beamed with joy. As for Obito's last sentence, she dismissed it as just another one of his tall tales. She chuckled, ruffling his hair affectionately. "You little rascal, still bragging as always." Obito pouted. "I'm not bragging, Grandma, it's true." Just then, she casually dropped another bombshell. "Oh, by the way, Obito, you're going to be a father." Obito's eyes widened in shock. "Wah! I'm gonna be a dad?" Chapter 260, An Unexpected Crisis. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Deep within the dense forest. A swirling vortex of red and black space-time suddenly tore open. "This should be the place." A murmuring voice emerged as a white-robed monk stepped out of the vortex. This was the man who had sensed the disturbance of the Ten Tails. After handling his most urgent matters, he had rushed here without delay. Or rather, Akatsuki Ishiki had. "This place looks like it just witnessed a major battle." Ishiki swept his gaze across the surroundings indifferently, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Heh, a step too late, huh?" He had been concerned that Kaguya, upon her resurrection, might attempt to seize control of his backup Ten Tails. To prevent that, he had taken extra precautions back at his base, making arrangements that delayed him. Now, lifting the hem of his long robe with one hand, Ishiki crouched down slowly. With his other hand, he touched the ground, closing his eyes to sense the lingering energy. Moments later, his eyes reopened, flickering with both confusion and delight. The energy of the Ten Tails is definitely here. But its essence is incomplete, only about half of its full strength. Did something go wrong during Kaguya's unsealing, preventing her full resurrection? Or did someone accidentally, through sheer luck, obtain a portion of the Ten Tails' power? As he pondered this possibility, Ishiki casually summoned a tall-stemmed wine glass, swirling the liquid inside before taking a sip. Fine wine had always been a catalyst for his thoughts. It was a habit of his when contemplating complex matters. The rich aroma of the drink flowed down his throat, and soon, he arrived at the most logical conclusion. Kaguya must have lured someone into breaking her seal, but that person saw through her scheme. Rather than fully unleashing the Ten Tails, they found a way to steal a fraction of its power instead. Stowing away his glass, Ishiki stood up with an air of elegance, his steps carrying him forward. There seemed to be quite a few humans ahead. "I suppose I'll grab a few and ask them some questions. That should confirm my theory." Not far away, a group of Kumogakure shinobi was gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades, their expressions dark. Staring at the mangled corpses of their once-close allies, one shinobi clenched his fists, eyes bloodshot as he spat through gritted teeth. "Those Konoha bastards. One day, I swear I'll tear them in half." Just then, a figure, clad in an unusual outfit, stepped out from behind a tree. The sudden movement startled the group. One of the Kumogakure shinobi instinctively placed a hand on his sword hilt, scanning the newcomer warily. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Ishiki paid no mind to their cautious stances. His voice remained calm and detached. "I'm merely a passing monk. I have some questions for you." TCH, damn near scared the crap out of me. Hearing this, one of the Kumogakure shinobi let out a breath, relaxing slightly. Then, as if venting his pent-up frustration, he raised his blade and swung the hilt at Ishiki in annoyance. They were already fuming from the battle's aftermath. This was just an excuse to let off some steam. "Who the hell do you think you are, huh? We don't have time for your bullshit, so get lost." Clang. The shinobi's words died in his throat, his eyes widening in shock. His full-strength strike had been caught effortlessly. And Ishiki's grip, like an iron vice, rendered him completely unable to pull the blade free. "The hell? Let go, you bastard." Ishiki gazed at him with cold indifference, as though looking at a mere insect. "How crude! Such lowly creatures, and yet your words are even more vulgar than your existence." The other Kumogakure shinobi immediately drew their swords, their movements swift as they lunged forward. "Let go of our captain. You bastard, you're dead." Ishiki's expression remained utterly unbothered. With a mere flick of his eyes, countless black rods materialized in an instant, impaling the shinobi and pinning them to the ground. Arf! The air filled with agonized screams as Ishiki opened a space-time vortex. One by one, he casually kicked the helpless shinobi through the portal, their shrieks echoing as they vanished into another dimension. In the alternate dimension. It didn't take long. Within minutes, Ishiki had extracted every last piece of information he wanted. Heh. Just as I thought. So it was Konoha's Uchiha Obito. A sharp glint flashed through his golden eyes, and his mind began to turn. An Uchiha who had acquired a fragment of the Ten Tails' power, leaving a comma mark on him and making him a vessel for reincarnation? Or perhaps feeding him to the Ten Tails as nourishment? Both options were quite tempting. Right now, Konoha's forces haven't returned to the village. This is the perfect time to strike. A slow, satisfied grin spread across Ishiki's face. How fortunate. Truly, the heavens are on my side. Originally, according to his plans, it would have taken another 2 or 3 decades to complete his reincarnation and cultivate a divine tree. But with Obito's unexpected appearance, he could accomplish everything much sooner. A mere mortal daring to covet the power of a god? Ha! You will be nothing more than a stepping stone in my grand design. In the blink of an eye, a new space-time vortex unfolded before him. On the other side of the swirling portal lay Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Obito was still in shock. He was struggling to fully process the fact that he had suddenly become a father. This is way too sudden. His grandmother, however, merely chuckled, her expression filled with warmth. Sudden? Not at all. Look at Uchiha from next door. At your age, his kid's already running around. Obito sighed, rubbing his temple. Yeah, I get it. He was turning 23 after the new year. In this world, where early marriage and child-rearing were the norm, he was already behind schedule. Wait. When did this happen? Last month? No, it has to be the time before that, 2 nights in a row. Damn dot. Shit. That means I'm banned from missions for 8 months? The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, and his expression instantly soured. Damn it. I wanted to show Rinchan my Mokuton, too. But then, Obito's face changed. Through his sensory abilities, he felt it. Someone was using a space-time jutsu inside Konoha. This isn't the Flying Thunder God technique. It's a full-on space-time portal. And right now, in the entire shinobi world, besides himself, there was only one person capable of using a space-time portal. Akatsuki Ishiki. Realization struck, and Obito's expression darkened. Shit! Did I accidentally expose myself by using the Divine Tree's abilities? Why the hell is my luck this bad? If his target is me, I need to lure him out of the village. Otherwise, if they fought within Konoha, the village would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Obito turned to his grandmother and spoke solemnly. Grandma, stay inside no matter what. Don't go out. I need to take care of something. I might be gone for a few days. His grandmother's expression faltered. Then, as if understanding, she forced a smile and nodded. All right. I'll stay here. I was just thinking about how to plan your wedding, anyway. Obito chuckled. I'll be back soon. As he stepped outside, his grandmother's voice trembled slightly behind him. Be careful, Obito. His steps briefly paused. But he didn't look back. He just quickened his pace. Chapter 261, If you have a problem, come at me. Konoha. In a deserted alley, Ishiki suddenly halted, slowly turning around to look behind him. A man with an imposing presence stood at the end of the alley, his deep purple eyes locked onto Ishiki with an intense gaze. Ishiki wasn't surprised in the slightest. In fact, he even smiled in amusement. Resting his chin on one hand, he tilted his head slightly and looked at the man with a casual smirk. Uchiha Obito, a mere mortal who has stolen the power of the gods. I didn't expect you to have mastered space-time abilities as well. To think you could perceive the ripples I created. Obito remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ishiki. A bead of cold sweat slid down his temple. Such an overwhelming energy fluctuation. And he also controls space-time abilities. Kamui is most likely ineffective against him. I need a different approach. Luring him to Ryuchi Cave might be my best option. Ishiki wasn't bothered by Obito's lack of response. He simply continued to scrutinize him as if he were an object. His gaze swept over every inch of Obito's body, his tone unhurried as he commented. A six-tonal Rinnegan, your ocular abilities are quite similar to mine. Not bad. Your compatibility and endurance are exceptional. A body with my clan's characteristics, carrying half the essence of the Ten Tails. More than qualified to be my vessel. Motherboard, GPU, CPU, all excellent. Even the system is compatible. For the first time, a trace of emotion flickered in Ishiki's otherwise indifferent tone, delight. Such a high-quality vessel. Compared to this, the body I'm using now is practically a makeshift compromise. As Obito's mind raced, frantically calculating his next move, an all-too-familiar voice echoed in his head. Ding! Choice mission issued. Option 1, no matter the method, completely kill Akatsuki Ishiki. Completion reward, Akatsuki Ishiki's essence, incomplete, ... Option 2, talk no jutsu Ishiki and pull him into your camp. Completion reward, buff word spirit. Option 3, become Ishiki's vessel and deceive him into giving you the karma seal. Completion reward, Akatsuki Ishiki's essence, incomplete, ... Word spirit, your words carry a subtle yet undeniable force, potentially influencing reality to a certain extent. Obito glanced at the options and quickly assessed the situation. All three rewards are lucrative, but the difficulty varies. Like option 3. That's literally just lying down and letting it happen. But to complete the mission in such a humiliating way. No way in hell. System, I choose option 3. Obito declared internally. Both option 1 and 2 seemed too difficult. If he could get through this by lying down, then hell yeah, he'd lie down. Acknowledged. The system pretended to be puzzled as it teased him. Why is it that I'm not even a little surprised by your contradictory actions, host? Shut up. Having made his choice, Obito ignored the system and shifted his focus back to Ishiki, his expression turning grave. Instantly, he switched to acting mode. You bastard, babbling on like a lunatic. I don't understand a word you're saying. And what was that about my clan's characteristics? Don't tell me you come from the same place as Akatsuki Kagaya? Who the hell are you? Answer me. Seeing the agitated and restless Obito, Ishiki let out a mocking chuckle, the corners of his lips curving into a sneer. For a mere native, you sure know quite a lot, Uchiha Obito. Looks like that fool Kagaya really did fall at your hands. Heh, what a pity. I had planned to leave her for last, to personally relish the satisfaction of finishing her off. As he spoke, Ishiki leisurely took a step forward, walking toward Obito. Obito dared not take his eyes off him. Step by step, he retreated, keeping Ishiki within his sight at all times. He fled. Ishiki pursued. Neither of them had a way out. With the grin of a predator playing on his lips, Ishiki spoke in a teasing tone. Obito, don't you want to know who I am? Come a little closer, and I'll introduce myself properly. Soon enough, you'll understand everything. Of course, Obito saw through Ishiki's intentions. This guy clearly wanted to engrave a karma seal on him. Once he became Ishiki's vessel, he would naturally learn everything about him. I know you're coming for me, man, I'd love to let you. But if I just offer myself up like this, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Stay back. If you take another step, I swear I'll fight you. Obito barked, feigning resistance while inwardly panicking. How do I sell this performance without making it look staged? Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly broke through the tense air. Both Ishiki and Obito froze, turning their heads toward the source of the noise. A long-haired man, clad in a Konoha Jonin vest with the emblem of the Konoha police force on his shoulders, agilely leaped down from above and entered their field of vision. Obito, this. Obito was the first to react, his face turning deathly pale. Before the newcomer could even finish his sentence, Obito cut him off with a frantic yell. Inaho! Get out of here! Whatever you do, don't let this guy catch you. Upon hearing this, Ishiki's eyes gleamed with interest. Of course! I can take this human hostage and use him to threaten Obito. That might save me the trouble of an unnecessary fight, heh. Before Inaho could react, an overwhelming force slammed into him, rendering him powerless. Ugh! Ishiki grabbed Inaho by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Struggling against the suffocating pressure, Inaho's face turned crimson, the sensation of drowning consuming him. People, my teeth! He desperately hammered against Ishiki's wrist, trying to break free. But Ishiki's power was absolute. A mere Konoha Jonin, let alone a lower-ranked shinobi, had no hope of escaping his grasp. As his strength faded, Inaho's hands fell limp at his sides, and his past memories began flashing through his mind. Seeing this, Obito panicked. Shit! I can't let him actually kill Inaho. Oh. He flipped Ishiki off and roared furiously. Let go of Inaho! If you have a problem, come at me. Ishiki smirked in amusement and lowered his arms slightly, allowing Inaho's toes to touch the ground, just enough for him to catch his breath. Ha! 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 Inaho greedily sucked in fresh air. But before he could even take a few proper breaths, Ishiki effortlessly lifted him up again. And just like that, the memory montage resumed. Ishiki turned to Obito, his tone nonchalant yet probing. You two seem quite close. Obito glared at him with seething hatred, eyes burning with fury. Then, with a voice full of grief and rage, he declared. Inaho is my dearest family, my sworn brother. I swear, if you so much as harm a single hair on his head. Even if I have to scour the heavens and the underworld, I, Uchiha Obito, will tear you apart. Uchiha Inaho, if you want me dead, just say it. Chapter 262, The Era of Tattoos begins. Heh, are you trying to threaten me? Ishiki chuckled indifferently, tightening his grip. A faint crack echoed in the air. That was the sound of Inaho's cervical spine straining under the pressure. Obito clenched his fists tightly, his gaze burning with anger as he glared at Ishiki. But the moment he glanced at Inaho, barely clinging to life in Ishiki's grasp, his fury instantly turned into deep concern. He slowly loosened his fists and, swallowing his frustration, spoke to Ishiki. Let Inaho go first. Whatever your conditions are, I'll agree to them. Ishiki's tone turned playful as he pressed further. Anything? Are you sure? Faced with Ishiki's question, Obito didn't hesitate for a second. He nodded firmly. Say whatever you want. For Inaho, I'll accept anything. Even Inaho, who was slipping in and out of consciousness, stopped reminiscing. He struggled to turn his head, his lifeless eyes falling on Obito. I never realized. I meant this much to Obito. How could I have been so blind before? You need to run, Obito. Don't do anything foolish because of me. Hearing Obito's words, Ishiki's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Clearly, everything was going just as he had anticipated. Obito, you didn't expect that, did you? I predicted your prediction. Ishiki lowered his arms slightly, allowing Inaho a moment to breathe. At the same time, he raised his other arm and gestured for Obito to step forward. I don't need you to do anything. Just stand right in front of me. Obito's expression darkened with suspicion. That's it? I don't believe you. You're definitely up to something. Ishiki's smirk faded as he lifted Inaho again, his tone growing impatient. Do I need to remind you, Uchiha Obito? You have no other choice. There are quite a few people rushing over here right now. If you don't want me to kill them all, you'd better cooperate. Obito's face flickered with conflicting emotions. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to make up his mind and strode toward Ishiki. The moment he was within arm's reach, Ishiki's hand shot out like lightning, seizing him in an instant. At the same time, Obito felt something bizarre, intangible yet undeniable, seeping into him through Ishiki's grip. It was as if something foreign was slowly invading his body. The sensation was unpleasant. Or at least, it should have been. But, why does it actually feel kind of nice? Ishiki studied Obito's face, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Why does this kid look like he's resisting, yet not really? Must be my imagination. In mere moments, Ishiki finished implanting the Kama and released his hold on Obito. That's it? Obito quickly adjusted his expression, adopting an icy glare as he coldly demanded. What did you just do to me? That sensation, what the hell was that? Ishiki casually tossed the nearly broken Inaho onto the ground. Then, with a cryptic smile, he replied, You'll find out soon enough, A red and black space-time vortex materialized behind him. Half of Ishiki's body had already stepped into the portal, but he didn't forget to offer a polite farewell. Looking forward to our next meeting, Uchiha Obito. Try to grow stronger, won't you? Heh. In the next instant, the vortex snapped shut, and Ishiki was gone. Inaho! Obito rushed forward, lifting the fallen Inaho and anxiously checking his breath. Upon confirming that he was still alive, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Phew, good. As long as you're not dead, that's all that matters. As for any side effects, if worst comes to worst, I'll just get some Hashirama cells. That'll fix everything. After injecting some pure chakra into Inaho, the pain on his face eased significantly. Sigh, you really went through a lot this time, my friend. Obito murmured, feeling a tinge of guilt. Soon after, a team of shinobi appeared in the alleyway. So slow. Looks like most of the village's forces have been deployed to the front lines. Good thing those 3 unlucky villages don't have space-time ninjutsu. Otherwise, our precious assets would have been at risk. Obito thought to himself. The squad leader approached Obito with a respectful bow. Obito-sama, what happened here just now? Obito's expression remained solemn as he answered. An enemy attack. But it's not someone you can handle. You don't need to concern yourselves with this. Just leave it to me and report it to the higher-ups. The squad leader's face tensed, but he nodded. I understand, Obito-sama. Would you like us to escort the injured to the hospital? Obito hesitated briefly before nodding with a sigh. That would be best. I appreciate the help. The squad leader gave a wry smile. It's no trouble at all. Since we're not strong enough to fight on the front lines, we can at least do what we can here in the village. Obito's expression softened. After giving the squad leader a good look, he suddenly found him familiar. Curious, he asked. What's your name? The squad leader was momentarily surprised before replying. My name is Umino Nobuchika. Ah, I see. So that's why Irika grew up to be such an outstanding teacher. He had a father who led by example. Obito patted Nobuchika's shoulder and laughed. The war on the front lines is already won. It won't be long before the good news reaches the village. Excitement spread through the squad members. Really? That's amazing. Yeah. Konoha wins again. Drinks on us tonight. As the group celebrated, Obito gave them a brief nod before walking away with a small smile. As he walked, Obito suddenly smacked his forehead and opened a mental conversation. Hey, system, didn't I complete my mission ages ago? Why haven't I received my reward yet? What's with this delay? 460 milliseconds ping? The system's voice responded, sounding a bit guilty. Ahem, Ishiki's comma turned out to be trickier to crack than I expected. So, there was a slight delay. Ding! Choice successful. Reward received, Akatsuki Ishiki's essence, incomplete. Obito, now holding his reward, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. System, I was too busy earlier to ask. What exactly is Ishiki's essence? The system shuddered slightly before answering. I broke down Ishiki's comma inside you, modified it, and then, blah 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 blah. The system rambled on with technical jargon. Obito sighed, cutting it off impatiently. So basically, you cracked a premium software and gave me a free, nerf trial version? The system perked up. Exactly. You're so smart, host. Obito rubbed his temples, exhausted. So much for a god-tier choice system, why does it feel so lame? Alright, system. How do I use this software, and what functions does it have? The system pouted. Just channel chakra into the comma on your hand to activate it. In that state, you'll gain a portion of Akatsuki Ishiki's power, around 1/3 of his full strength. With further upgrades, you might even unlock his abilities. Obito's eyes gleamed with excitement. He glanced at his left palm, where a black diamond-shaped mark had appeared. A grin spread across his face. This is a damn good deal. The Akatsuki clan. What a bunch of generous souls. Ha, the era of Sharingan is over. The era of tattoos is about to begin. Chapter 263, Madara gets totally stunned. As someone who simultaneously rocks stylish eyes and tattoos, I'll be the coolest guy of the next era. Obito thought about it for a moment. That didn't sound badass enough, so he corrected himself. No, I should say the next era will begin with me, Uchiha Obito. He skipped his way home. The first thing Obito did when he got back was check in with his grandmother. Grandma, I'm home. Seeing her precious grandson safe and sound, Grandma visibly relaxed, her previously tense expression softening. It's good that you're back, it's good you're back. The two of them chatted for a while. With her heart at ease, Grandma went off to plan a wedding. Having run around all day, Obito returned to his room to rest. Lying in bed, strange thoughts suddenly popped into his mind. If something happened to me, I wonder if Grandma would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Grandma loves me so much. She probably would, right? Imitating his grandmother's tone, he spoke in a sorrowful yet icy voice. If anything happens to my grandson, I will lay waste. Cuckoo. Obito's acting was flawless, thanks to years of self-directed performances whenever he had nothing else to do. He acted so often that his skills had naturally sharpened over time. After indulging in some dramatics, Obito asked himself a question. Now that I think about it, system, there's something that's been bugging me. How did Ishiki implant the comma in me so easily? The comma had extremely strict requirements when it came to selecting a vessel. Otherwise, Ishiki wouldn't have spent 1,000 years just to settle for a barely suitable vessel like Jigen. Finding a compatible vessel was harder than finding a soulmate. Otherwise, Ishiki could have just implanted the comma into Naruto or Sasuke before dying. Wouldn't that have been much more convenient? Clearly, implanting the comma wasn't without risk, and the failure rate wasn't low either. Thinking back to Ishiki's subtle expression at the time, even he seemed surprised that the comma had taken root so easily. The system nudged Obito and explained in a sultry, mature voice. Are you wondering why you were such a perfect match for Ishiki's comma? That's because this system modified your body to be compatible with most substances. Otherwise, how do you think you managed to absorb and use all those previous rewards so effortlessly? Obito's expression lit up with sudden realization. Oh, I get it now. So my body's highly adaptable. Doesn't that make me super desirable? If word gets out, won't I have a bunch of Akatsuki ladies thirsting for me? The system let out an annoyed huff. Ever think you're just cheap and versatile? Obito. Why is the system getting jealous? System, carrot, none of your business. Obito lay sprawled on the bed for a while, but just as sleepiness hit, he suddenly jolted awake. It was like that panic moment the night before school started, realizing he hadn't done his homework. He shot out of bed and straightened his clothes. I need to give Grandpa Madara a heads up. Teleporting to a nearby market, Obito grabbed a bag of oranges before disappearing again. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in Ryuchi. Grandpa Madara, holy sh. The oranges spilled everywhere as Obito gawked at the scene before him. 9 truth-seeking orbs floated in perfect formation behind Madara. Seeing Obito's stunned expression, Madara's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Hey, don't just stare. Check out my pose and say wow. Casually grabbing a truth-seeking orb, Madara said nonchalantly. Ha! I got bored and tinkered around. Turns out, the truth-seeking orbs are surprisingly simple to make. All you need is to form a shape with yin-yang release, then inject it with high-density chakra of yin, yang, and all 5 elemental natures. But there seems to be a limit to how many I can sustain at once. I can only keep 9 active at a time. Obito's jaw hung open. He didn't even know what to say. In such a short time, Madara had figured out how to make truth-seeking orbs? Obito sighed inwardly. Grandpa Madara, you really got the short end of the stick when you died. If it weren't for plot armor, you could have accomplished so much more. Grandpa Madara, you're amazing. I'm truly in awe. Hearing his grandson's heartfelt praise, Madara burst out laughing, full of pride. He used Bancho Tenin to pull over an orange, peeling it as he asked. Tell me, what's the situation outside? Got it, Dot. Obito grabbed an orange and spoke while peeling it. I found that the 3 villages, Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure, were indeed gearing up for war against Konoha. But luckily, I intervened in time and prevented the conflict from escalating. Although, Obito sighed, his expression complicated. There's been one good and one bad development while I was gone. Which one do you want to hear first? Madara raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment. Start with the bad news. Obito nodded slightly, looking troubled. Your granddaughter-in-law is pregnant. I'm about to become a dad. Madara's mind immediately filled with question marks. He didn't like women slowed him down. But wasn't a pregnancy supposed to be a happy occasion for most people? Recalling countless novel plots, Madara's expression darkened as he angrily demanded. Obito, don't tell me the child isn't yours? Obito froze for a second, then shot Madara an annoyed look. Grandpa Madara, of course the child is mine. What are you even thinking? There are things I'll accept as freebies, but this? I'm definitely doing it myself. No external assistance allowed. Madara felt both annoyed and helpless, grumbling internally. Stupid kid, it's your phrasing that was the problem. With the way you acted just now, anyone would have jumped to conclusions. Smoothing out his temper, Madara sighed. Fine, I misspoke. What's the good news, then? Obito beamed with excitement. My identity as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki has been discovered by Akatsuki Ishiki. He not only found me but also implanted a Kama in me. Madara felt like lightning had struck him, he was completely dumbfounded. Obito, you. Seeing Madara's stunned expression, Obito grinned. He clenched his left fist, channeling chakra into the Kama mark. Black lines spread from his left arm, crawling up to his cheek. At the same time, a curved horn sprouted from his left temple, coiling around the back of his head and jutting out on the right side. His hair turned a pale gray, and his face was covered in eerie markings. Obito now looked like a demonic god. He bared his teeth in a wicked smile. Grandpa Madara, don't I look badass like this? A truth-seeking orb flew into Madara's hand the next second. Sage Art, Lightning Strike. Black-purple lightning, radiating destructive energy, rained down on Obito like a net. Chapter 264, Kabuto wants to meet Obito. In the brief half-second just now, Uchiha Madara considered many possibilities. At first, he thought his grandson was just having one of his usual mental lapses again. Misunderstanding good news and bad news was nothing new, after all. But when his grandson revealed the form of an Akatsuki, Madara instantly understood everything. Obito had been possessed by Akatsuki Ashiki. The karma mark engraved on Obito had already affected his mind. Faced with this terrifying display of thunderous power, Obito was stunned, his face frozen in shock. He phased just in time to avoid the crackling arcs of lightning, then shouted, panicked. "Grandpa Madara, are you trying to kill me for the greater good? All I did was show off my new outfit. It's not like I'm handsomer than you by 1,000,000,000 times or anything. Why are you so mad?" Note, this change is not permanent and won't be affected by transformation pills. Madara gave a cold chuckle. He raised a hand, summoning another truth-seeking orb. "Akatsuki Ashiki, if you release your control over my grandson right now." Before Madara could finish, Obito had already figured out what was going on. Grandpa must have misunderstood. "This is my fault." He quickly retreated, raising his hands as he began to explain. "Grandpa Madara, I'm still me, just a unique spark. I found a way to tame the wild karma. Look closely with your Rinnegan, and you'll see the truth." Madara paused his attack, narrowing his eyes as he inspected Obito with his Rinnegan. Huh. Upon closer examination, Madara noticed the details. His grandson's chakra was exactly the same as before, there were no signs of corruption. Not only that, but the chakra emanating along the karma pathways also belonged entirely to Obito. Madara furrowed his brows, asking suspiciously, "You're sure you're still my grandson and haven't been influenced by Akatsuki Ashiki?" Obito dispelled the karma mark and shrugged helplessly. "Grandpa Madara, Ashiki is a god. Why would he want to be your grandson? Besides, if I were really under his control, why would I reveal myself? I'd just sneak up and stab you in the back." Madara's furrowed brow slowly relaxed after hearing Obito's explanation. However, a hint of doubt remained in his eyes. "That may be true, but what about the karma mark? How do you explain it?" Obito displayed the black mark on his hand with a grin. "Grandpa, the karma was left by Ashiki, but I've fully mastered it now. Ashiki has no control over me, he couldn't influence me even if he appeared in person." Madara started to understand what Obito was thinking. "So you see this as good news?" Obito nodded repeatedly, speaking with conviction. "I not only stole his power but also bought us extra time. Isn't that a huge win for us?" Originally, the plan was to launch a preemptive strike against Ashiki before he had a chance to prepare. It was a tight schedule with a high risk. But now, from Ashiki's perspective, Obito had already been marked and was under his control. There was no longer any rush. They could even afford to hold a wedding first. Madara had mostly accepted Obito's words by now. "One last question, how did you gain control over Ashiki's karma?" Obito scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. "Well, it's all thanks to the Sage of Six Paths. Here's what happened." He shifted all the credit onto the Sage of Six Paths. Then Obito offered another piece of evidence. As the current reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Itachi has also received a gift from the Sage of Six Paths. If you don't believe me, check for yourself, he must have awakened a Mangekyo Rinnegan just like mine. Madara nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. Take me to see Uchiha Itachi." Obito nodded, but then asked curiously, "Grandpa, aren't you afraid I'll dump you into some alternate dimension halfway there?" Madara chuckled dryly, his tone teasing. "You must have figured it out already, I have ways to counter your ocular powers." Obito grinned. "I knew it! Alright then, let's go. Kamui." In less than a second, the two appeared thousands of meters above the Konoha army. "Grandpa Madara, look, it's that kid in the clan robe." Madara followed Obito's gaze and saw Uchiha Itachi, along with his Mangekyo Rinnegan. "Why am I the only one without a Mangekyo Rinnegan?" Madara let out a displeased snort. "What kind of man wears a braid? He's nothing like the proud men of the Uchiha clan. What's Grandpa so mad about?" Obito was speechless. Just then, Itachi seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky. Obito chuckled. Looks like we've been noticed. Do you believe me now, Grandpa? Humph. Madara ruffled Obito's hair and said with mock annoyance. Behave yourself from now on, Obito. Don't keep giving me surprises like this. I got it, Grandpa Madara, Obito replied with a laugh. Good. Madara nodded, glancing down at the Konoha army. Since there's no rush to deal with Ashiki, stay in Konoha for now and rest. I'm heading back to base. We'll make new plans later. Gotta deal with Orochimaru first. Obito gave Madara an okay sign. Got it, Grandpa. He watched as Madara disappeared into the distance in a flash of light. Obito used Kamui to blend into the Konoha army. Itachi, noticing Obito's sudden appearance beside him, asked quietly. Obito, was that Uchiha Madara just now? Obito nodded, speaking softly as well. It's complicated. I'll explain later. Itachi nodded, but there was a deeper meaning behind his words. There's more than one thing you'll have to explain, Obito. With his Mangekyo Rinnegan, he could now see through Obito's disguises. He has the same Mangekyo Rinnegan as me, along with 6 paths power. It's hard to believe I got this power without Obito's involvement. Oh, by the way, Obito, Itachi said suddenly. A boy named Yakushi Kabuto has been asking me to introduce him to you. He really wants to meet you. Yakushi Kabuto, huh? Obito thought for a moment, then nodded slowly. All right. Chapter 265, Tying it all together, brothers. The Konoha army marched steadily homeward. Obito, feeling a little bored, casually glanced around when his eyes caught something that stunned him. That's... His pupils contracted sharply. He spotted a tall man in a red robe, wearing a mischievous grin, attempting to slide his hand around the waist of a woman dressed in green. The very next moment, the woman bent backward in an unbelievable display of agility, dodging his hand. Using the momentum of her backbend, she spun a leg up from behind and lashed it across the man's chest with a fierce kick. Hiya! Ah! To the astonishment of everyone present, the man in red was sent flying by the sheer force of the kick, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Obito watched him sail off and chuckled in amusement. Haha, judging by the direction he's flying, Lord Jiraiya should be getting back to Konoha before us. He grinned wider. Though, I gotta say, Lady Tsunade's waist. Lord Jiraiya sure is in for a treat later. The army soon returned to Konoha, and Obito barely had time to breathe before he found himself hauled into the Hokage's office by 2 serious-looking figures. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato and Hiruzen sat with solemn expressions, their eyes fixed intently on Obito. Minato cradled a teacup, and Hiruzen puffed calmly on his pipe, waiting for Obito's explanation. Obito looked at their composed and expectant faces and fell into thought. How should I talk my way out of this? I've got so many scripts, I don't even know which one to use. After a brief pause, inspiration struck him. Maybe I'll go with that set of lines, it's perfect for the situation. Clearing his throat, he put on a dramatic expression. Lord Third, Minato-sensei, I wanted to live a simple life and interact with you as just an ordinary person, but it seems I can't hide my true identity any longer. Both Minato and Hiruzen leaned forward slightly, their expressions more serious than ever. Does Obito have some hidden identity we don't know about beyond being the leader of the Night Organization? With a flourish, Obito wiped his cheek and revealed a smug grin, showing off his 2 large, violet eyes. I'm done pretending. It's time for the truth. I am the successor of the Sage of 6 Paths. The great Toad Sage himself appointed me as the savior of this world, with the mission of leading it to peace. Obito, you just throw the blame wherever you want, don't you? Had this been a few days earlier, Minato and Hiruzen would have likely dismissed Obito's words as nonsense. But now, Obito had single-handedly defeated an army of thousands. Naruto and Itachi had also recently received the Sage's legacy. Given the timing, Obito's declaration fit all too well with the expectations they had of him. It even made Obito's past eccentric behavior suddenly seem logical. Creating bloodline limits out of thin air? Perfecting Sage Mode effortlessly? The more unusual he was, the more it made sense for a savior. Minato and Hiruzen exchanged glances, silently coming to an understanding they had reached earlier. Obito. Minato's gaze turned serious. Do you wish to inherit the position of Hokage and become the 5th Hokage of Konoha? Danzo, what? I do not approve of this. The moment Minato asked that question, it felt as if the entire world shook with anticipation. However, being part of the world itself, none of them noticed anything strange. Yet the system, upon hearing Minato's words, nearly crashed with excitement. It's raining money! It's raining money! Ding! A choice has been issued. The sudden notification in his mind snapped Obito out of his shock. He took a deep breath and looked at the 3 options the system provided. Option 1, accept Minato's offer to become the 5th Hokage. Reward, 2 God-tier technique packs. Option 2, refuse Minato's offer and say that you're more interested in marrying the 5th Hokage. Reward, 1:1 scale Tsunade figurine. Option 3, refuse Minato's offer and declare you have no interest in the position. Reward, 0.5 kilocalories of chakra. Obito's expression turned strange as he read the options. Why does it feel like there's something weird mixed in here? He didn't rush to make a decision. Instead, he turned to Minato. Minato-sensei, being Hokage has always been my dream, but you're still in your prime. Minato gave a small smile and set down his teacup. Obito, you should understand your own nature by now. Even if you took over as Hokage right now, you wouldn't want to be tied down to the village. Hearing this, Obito sighed in relief and grinned. As expected of you, Minato-sensei. So, I'm just taking the title, right? Obito had already figured out Minato and Hiruzen's intentions. Defeating an army of 40,000 men had given him both fame and influence. In the current situation, leveraging that for Konoha's benefit was the logical move. Minato nodded slightly, then shook his head. For the next few years, Lord Third and I will handle the village's daily affairs on your behalf. But there will come a time when you'll have to take the reins fully and shoulder the burden of protecting Konoha. To bear the will of fire. Obito, are you willing to take on this responsibility? System, I choose option 1. After careful thought, Obito's expression turned solemn. I am willing, Minato-sensei. Minato and Hiruzen smiled in satisfaction. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, chuckling. Excellent, Obito. You have not let me or Minato down. You don't need to worry about the formalities. Leave everything to me and Minato. At those familiar words, Obito suddenly raised his hand. Lord Third, Minato-sensei, I have a question. I've been planning my wedding recently. Do you think it's better to have the wedding before or after this whole Hokage ceremony? Minato thought for a moment and glanced at Hiruzen for his opinion. I think it would be better to have it after Obito's succession. What do you think, Lord Third? Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I think we should combine the 2 events. Combine them? Minato asked, surprised. Yes, Hiruzen said with a smile. A victorious return, a hero's appointment, and the Hokage's wedding, those 3 events would be enough to lift the spirits of the entire village. We could throw a grand celebration that the entire village could enjoy. Then Hiruzen turned to Obito with a hearty laugh. Of course, that's just my suggestion. The decision ultimately rests with you, Obito. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 12. Peace.